scholarship.
Hello there. You have spoken to us and we've listened. We have some exciting innovations that would help you reach the most qualified candidates quicker and more efficiently, giving you what you desire: relevant talent matching Bliss. Let's jump in. When you list a job with our standard listing service, our new matching algorithm scans through our job seeker database and collects a list of the most suited profiles based on your job requirements. These top 10 candidates are then recommended to you and you can invite them to apply. This way, your role is taken right to the inbox of the most eligible and qualified candidates, giving you the ability to connect with your ideal match right from the get-go. When you list a job on any of our products and applications begin to heavily pour in, our new matching algorithm will sort and rank the most relevant candidates for you, placing them under the relevance tab. The tab simply sorts candidates that have applied for a job based on how relevant their profiles are to the listed job. Parameters like job function, location, industry, experience length, and qualification are some of the data points that the algorithm uses in matching candidates with the listed job. This means that less time is spent reviewing candidates who have applied, as the most relevant ones are shown at the top in rank order. And there you have it. No matter what products you use on our platform, you can enjoy a world-class matching experience and a faster path to finding your perfect match and hiring the right candidate. It's job matching, reinvented. Are you ready to find your dream candidates? Get started on Jobberman today.
We know things aren't easy, but does that mean we're gonna sit back and do nothing? No way. We have talent, we have soul, we have passion. It's our time to stand up, to hustle hard, to live our dreams. Introducing Trace Academia. Learn on your phone with the boss presenters, video-driven courses, and a range of interactive quizzes. Earn diplomas to show off your new skill with courses across various industries, including entrepreneurship, digital, creative, and cultural industries. Download the app now. It's 100% free. Trace Academia. Unlimited free learning.
This particular gathering is for what we call the Jobberman Top Professional.
We're driving on our vision towards attaining transformational leadership.
It is for talents that have 5 years experience and above.
I had to build myself. This person that is not special. I had to read books by people that shape the world.
So stick out of the crowd, learn, keep on learning, lifelong learning be your motto wherever you go.
Every day, give them a reason to be excited about what they're doing. You are the true excitement.
Did you guys get that? I love it. This community is an avenue for us to come together in gatherings like this to network, and also so that you will have access to our top jobs real time.
Tired of wasting time on hiring? Jobberman's Pro Recruit service will give you the best candidates in just 5 to 7 days. No more sifting through resumes. Our dedicated recruitment consultants will do the job for you. Here's how it works. Once you have identified the need to fill a role within your organization, simply request the call. Now, the magic happens. One of our dedicated recruitment consultants will give you a pre-consult call to understand your needs and requirements better. Once you have a clear understanding of what you're looking for, they would leverage Jobberman's vast resources and their expertise to unearth the best candidate that matches your specific role. These candidates will then be screened and sorted, narrowing down the list to the 5 best prospects. These prime candidates are then scrutinized by a quality assurance officer who certifies that they meet the highest standards. And the best part, you'll get this list of 5 prime candidates within just 5 to 7 business days. That's right, you'd have the best talent to choose from in just a matter of days. All that's left for you to do is interview them to select the perfect fit for your organization. So, if you're looking for a hassle-free and efficient hiring solution, ProRecruit is here to make that happen. Our recruitment consultants have years of experience and expertise to make the hiring process simpler, faster, and more cost-effective. Visit jobberman.com/employer to get started.
Outsourcing our recruitment was a last effort for us. We've tried several times to fill several roles, and it's taken us between 6 months to 1 year to even fill roles. My name is Tolulope Elutilo. I'm the lead people and culture at Ulu Solar Energy Nigeria Limited. My company is a solar energy company. We are currently in 6 countries in West and Central Africa. And our vision basically is to build a future whereby citizens in West and Central Africa have access to clean and affordable energy. We started 2018 in Nigeria, and then currently in Nigeria we're like over 300.
What are some of the challenges you faced in the past with regards to hiring the right fit for your business?
Yes, so at Ulu Solar, we have a lot of recruitment efforts that we have currently because of the size of the organization. And we usually struggle with more of our technical roles. We have at times like over 10 to 15 recruitments that we need to fill. Currently, we have a vacancy for the technical manager role, which Jobberman is also helping with. Solar energy is quite difficult because it's not a big industry in Nigeria.
It's a niche industry.
Yeah.
How did you hear about the Jobberman Executive Recruitment Service?
I got a call from a team member from Jobberman, and I was asked about our recruitment efforts. And we're also looking to outsource some of our recruitment needs. Jobberman was able to help us fill the stock and inventory position and social media assistant positions. They are very critical roles in the organization. We have over 300 staff, so it was a big effort for us for the HR team. I've learned that it's good to outsource to good brands like Jobberman. The major efforts that Jobberman gave us was really shortlisting the CVs, so as opposed to us having to go through 1,000 CVs. So also scheduling interviews with us for us was also a good benefit. We've gotten amazing results with Jobberman, so I would recommend that as opposed to just in-house HR people, because we have other things we do. So I recommend that organizations can really outsource their recruitment efforts.
We know things aren't easy, but does that mean we're gonna sit back and do nothing? No way. We have talent, we have soul, we have passion. It's our time to stand up, to hustle hard, to live our dreams. Introducing Trace Academia. Learn on your phone with the boss presenters, video-driven courses, and a range of interactive quizzes. Earn diplomas to show off your new skill with courses across various industries, including entrepreneurship, digital, creative, and cultural industries. Download the app now. It's 100% free. Trace Academia. Unlimited free learning.
This inspiration started some 31 years ago when my dad was sick. He had kidney failure. And I was the only one, I was the last born, the only person at home, right? So that meant that the caregiving, as in the responsibility to take care of him, rested on me. And because my brain has a way of working, and I was querying, why can't the hospital come to the house? I tried to look at what is obtainable in Nigeria with what I saw in the US, and I saw a huge gap. And today we have over 100 domiciliary care homes taking care of high-profile Nigerians. I feel very fulfilled in it, actually being able to achieve a dream that I've had for long. What actually created challenge for this industry has been the sense of insecurity in Nigeria, which as a company, we have been able to surmount that particular risk. And part of surmounting the risk is our partnership with Jobberman. My name is Adeyemi Showemimo. I'm the MD of the Bliss Caregivers. We had the challenge of getting the right to recruit. Our process is we build what is called care profile. From the assessment, we are able to determine the kind of care.
Recently, Jobberman celebrated her 14th anniversary. Please give them a round of applause. 14 years of significantly contributing to the jobs market in Nigeria. I think they've done absolutely phenomenal for a 14-year-old, and they've transformed Africa, and we celebrate them very specially. I've known Jobberman almost all my life. I mean, especially from my university days. Don't try to guess my age. I won't tell you the year, but just for today, I'm 20 going on 21, in case you were wondering. Now, this event that we are here for is powered by Jobberman with the invaluable partnership and support of the Mastercard Foundation. So I'm going to pause again and ask us to please give them a round of applause for gathering us to get on this very critical conversation today. I'd also like to ask that we please celebrate our technical partners, Trace Academia, for their ingenuity in bringing this event to life. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Now give yourselves a round of applause for being here today, this beautiful Thursday morning. Thank you. Our virtual audience are not left out, so please engage in the comment section. You can use the emojis, give us fire emojis, give us claps, drop your name, tell us where you're joining us from, tell us what you're looking forward to the most today. If you can also get the agenda online. So look through the agenda, tell us what you're looking forward to the most. And we promise to give you an all-inclusive experience today, such that you do not feel like you're missing a thing because you are not in the room. You're virtual, but we will carry you along because I promise to do so. Thank you very much. Now, on a very light note, a few weeks ago, I put up a post on my Instagram page, and I said, you know, Japa is all funny, you know, games and a lot of memes, social media jokes, until you wake up one day and you realize that 90% of your close friends have left the country. That is my story. And I'm sure that this is the same for almost every young person. Let's take a poll. If that is your story, let me see you wave your hand, just a show of hands. I mean, it's not even just the young people now. Almost everyone in the room has that story. And you realize that you're waiting, you know, almost 6, 7, sometimes 8 hours to speak to your friends and family members who have left the country in search of greener pastures, what we actually call Japa syndrome. And it's a very sad story. Do we miss them? Of course, we do. Now, let's ask ourselves a very serious question. How do young people survive without jobs? There's no better time to have this conversation than now. Let's travel back in time. In 2020, we had the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, and some companies have, till date, not been able to recover from that disaster. The adverse effects are numerous. Nigeria's inflation rate, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, is at an all-time high. Let's not even begin to consider the effects of some government policies. However, I bring you good news. There's a bright light at the end of this tunnel, because today will be enlightening, refreshing, and much more hopeful, as we will not only talk about the challenges, we will be delving into pragmatic, workable, and sustainable solutions to empower Nigerian youths and address unemployment. So it's a good day to be here. Once again, I welcome you to what promises to be a great day. We have a lineup of eminent speakers, ably led by our highly distinguished keynote speaker, who will be doing justice to the theme of today's roundtable. We will also have breakout sessions, and our virtual audience will be able to participate in the breakout session. So you see, I said we're giving you an all-inclusive experience today, and I meant it when I said that. We'll have the short film contest, for which I'll bring further details when it's time. And I say all of these things to let you know that you have made the right choice to be here today, whether you're here in person or you're joining virtually. So you're in for a time well spent. Again, I'd like to specially thank everyone who is here either physically or joining virtually for making time this beautiful Thursday morning as we dive into this topical discourse. Without much further ado, let's get started with the conversations. Now, in a gathering such as this, it's only appropriate that I bring up a distinguished lady who is worth the assignment to do the official welcome. It is therefore my honor to invite an exceptional leader who is at the forefront of championing change in Africa, especially as it relates to the jobs market. She's the pilot of the Africa Talent Company. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause as I now make welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the African Talent Company, Hilda Krager, for the welcome remarks. A round of applause for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Good morning. Welcome to yet another Jobberman Roundtable, where we do this research. In the past, we've done this. I hope I'm audible. Yes. In the past, we've done this for the creative sector, the agriculture sector, the digital sector. I think last year we did one on barriers to women in work, and we always get to just really know what's happening for young people on the ground. So I'm glad to be here with you today. I am the CEO of the African Talent Company, which is Jobberman's parent company. We lead leading job platforms similar to Jobberman in Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda. Our business really is centered around 4 pillars, the first being digital recruitment, and here it's pretty much about democratic access to opportunities and to talent. You know, even an SME, no matter how small, you're looking for a head of admin / HR / finance, because you have a staff team of 5, you can still hire in Jobberman. We also do the typical hybrid recruitment where we use technology, and you've seen a lot of it in these beautiful videos, to kind of improve the typical recruitment process, make it more efficient and more worth it. We do a lot of business process outsourcing, and this is just in reaction to what we see in the West. Cost of labor is going up, availability of talent is scarce. In Africa, we have the reverse. Very many young people eager to work, lower cost to work, so we're in that as well. And finally, the last thing we do is partnerships such as these, which support us to help young people. I mean, if you've got a platform of 2.8 million young people, in a way you have a fiduciary duty to them, because you can only sit down and watch 30,000 applications for one job happen so many times before you feel the need to take action. And because of that, we started being more focused on employability and upskilling and what do you do beyond the jobs in a world where there's 35% unemployment? How do you help young people? And that creates the 4th pillar. We are 100% owned by Ringier AG, which is a Swiss family-owned business, the largest Swiss media business, and that's kind of who has an operation. I'm really excited about today, because every single time I hear somebody say, you know, African youth are lazy or they don't want to work, I actually cringe inside. Because when you look around, that's not what you see, right? People are working hard. There's the graduate who spends 5 years without getting a job, the entrepreneur who, like, their generator broke down and today they just can't do it. Yesterday, I heard a story about somebody who was saying their salary is not enough to cover transport costs, but they keep going to work because they need to borrow money to pay back a bit of the same transport costs next month. And it's just this vicious cycle that young people are trapped in. And many people, I think, even just my own personal reflection, I always say how I worked hard for my career, but I still remember, you know, after graduation, being a bit like lost and wayward, and my family, my dad specifically taking me and saying, you know what, this is a lawyer, can you just talk to my daughter about what to do? But for many young people, they don't have that. They really don't. And they're trying to navigate this intense, scary place, and we have to do the best we can to support them. So the way we came up with this idea, I actually think it was a tweet. It was, you know, peak 2020, 2021, Sapphire is everywhere on Twitter. And somebody was talking about, like, how do people survive? And I remember I sent a tweet to our team, so to Olamide, to Ahmed, and said, why don't you actually look into this? Like, what are people doing to eat? Like, how are they surviving? And it's been so great just listening to the voices of young people, understanding what they see as solutions, or even the things they see as challenges, right? I think previously the assumption is, I will do any job as a job, but then you meet the person who says, no, I don't want a toxic work environment. The person who wants flexible hours. The person who had, you know, 4 children by 24, and they all have such different challenges. I know I don't want to get into the depth of the report. You probably all have a copy, and we're going to discuss it in depth over the course of the day, so I'm looking forward to that. The one thing I will say I'm excited about, though, is technology and the way that's changing the lives of young people. The idea that somebody now, from wherever they're based, can download the Trace app and get some hardcore skills and begin to work, or can just do a Jobberman soft skills training on WhatsApp or on Telegram, can access gig work abroad, or can access, you know, YouTube and teach themselves how to code. I think we have a wider range of solutions to play from now, and it's our duty to think through them and support young people. Before I finish, I really want to thank, obviously, the team. Ahmed, Ore, I'll just mention the 2 of you because otherwise I have to read all 100 people on the team. But thank you, this is amazing. Thank you to our partners at Trace, especially, and the Mastercard Foundation, and everybody else who's come together to make this a success. I know I speak a bit fast, but it's very helpful when we need to catch up on time. So thank you once again, and I hope today's a great
Thank you very much, Hilda. And I think one thing I didn't also say is that Hilda is so passionate, and you can tell from how she's speaking. Albeit fast, but we get the message and we can feel the passion from her speech. Thank you very much, Hilda. And we're really proud of what Jobberman is doing. And again, we thank the Mastercard Foundation for supporting this great cause. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on very quickly because, again, our time is fast spent, and we'll take the keynote address. We'll be listening to our keynote speaker very shortly. And as we say, you know, when you have a person of great repute in a room, you say, this person needs no introduction. But I always add that introductions are not necessarily just to tick the boxes. It's always to inspire us as well. So, our keynote speaker is a Nigerian banking and economics professional. He has a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from the University of Abuja, as well as a Master of Science in Major Programs Management from Side Business School of the University of Oxford. He's a member of the Institute of Directors, Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group Committee for Agriculture and Food Security, and also serves on the Advisory Council of the Lagos Business School. He recently became the first CEO in Nigeria to virtually ring the closing gong for the trading day at the Nigerian Stock Exchange. He was also named one of the top CEOs in Nigeria at the Business Day Annual Top CEO and Next Bulls Award in 2020. We're in safe hands today. His interests revolve around youth empowerment and economic development, with grand ideas on key sectors to drive economic development and prosperity in Nigeria. Now tell me, who better to deliver the keynote address today, if not the CEO of Sterling Bank? Please make welcome with the very resounding applause, and if you may, a standing ovation for our keynote speaker who has made it here today despite his busy schedule. Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, we're delighted to have you here. Well, a little birdie also told me that exactly 2 weeks ago he turned 50. He doesn't look a day over 25, if you ask me. Happy birthday, and belated happy birthday from all of us.
Thank you. Now I can't lie about my age. The only thing I'll add is that I'm actually 50 going 49, and that's the direction I intend to keep going. Thank you all for having me. I am going to start with reintroducing myself, because I think the things that I care the most about were not part of the things that were read out. I'm lucky to serve on the board of Teach for Nigeria. I'm also very lucky to serve on the board of the Enterprise Development Center of the Pan-Atlantic University. I also have recently been invited to join the board of trustee of Miva University, and I'm also on the board of trustee of the Hillside University of Science and Technology in Ekiti. These are the things that I care the most about, and I hopefully, these are the things that will influence the conversation that we have today. And I'm going to start on a note that is a bit, it's not very diplomatic. It may not be controversial, but it's not very diplomatic. If you are in this room, if you are online on your smartphone or your device, you have had an education, you are in good health, and you are in the victim's mentality, you are in trouble. I say that because there is a video that I watched this morning. I've seen it before, and I watched it this morning. Some of you may have seen it. It's a video of a Fulani man who was squatting in the middle of a market. He was eating a local dish called danwake, and all around him were dozens of young boys who were barely restraining themselves and just waiting for this Fulani man who was squatting in the dust to finish eating the food so that they can rush the empty plate and lick. That's the reality in the society that you live in. So therefore, if you are in this room and you are waiting for someone to help you, you have to rethink again, because there is nobody to help you. You are in the top 1%, top 2%. Maximum, you are in the top 3% of our society. And the work before us is therefore not to assume a victim mentality. The system is not helping me. The government is not helping me. But to begin to ask, how can you, with your education, your exposure, your access, how can you do something about the circumstances we are in? That is the message I hope to share today, not one that comes to tell you about how the government is going to. At this point, we have to I'm supposed to speak as to how young people survive without jobs. I don't know that I necessarily am equipped for that. So I've decided to ask the question, why do young people need jobs? Because sometimes it sounds as if the job is a destination. If I want to get a job, then I'm done. But a job is not a destination. Nobody actually really wants a job. What you want, a job is a vehicle to get you somewhere. That understanding is important. We need to separate ourselves from this idea that once I get the job, something gets solved. Once you get the job, your problem just started. The whole new world out there. I can tell you this because I have been on the job for well over 25 years. And I've hired thousands of people in that period, and I can tell you getting a job is like struggling to get into a molue. The war just started. Because if it is just to earn, right, if your purpose for wanting a job is just to earn, then we'll give you a universal basic income, and your world is done, and you're satisfied, and you can live the rest of your life out. But it's only when you do that, then you realize that, no, that's not what you're looking for. Maybe you want a job so that you can grow in life, so you can stop being a 20-year-old and become a 25-year-old with different set of responsibilities, and then become a 30-year-old with a family, and a 35-year-old with a mortgage. So maybe you need a job so you can go through that journey. But again, the job itself is just the tool. It's not the end. Or you need a job to contribute to society. There are many of us that are determined to be a valuable member of society, and sometimes the job is the tool through which you do that. You want to be a teacher, you want to be a doctor, sometimes you want to be a social worker. The job is the process through which you contribute to society. Again, sometimes you've reflected deeper and you need a job to fulfill your purpose on earth. Maybe you're one of the few people that know exactly why you're on planet Earth. You'll be one of the very few, because most of us are still asking the same question over and over again. Why are we here? Why do we come in here? We spend, if you're in Nigeria, if you're lucky, 60 years old, perish and you're done. And a job can be part of how you do that. So a job is a social endeavor, financial opportunity, the well-being ecosystem. It's also a political right of play. Because through a job you pay taxes, and through taxes you have rights to contribute to the politics. It's also a spiritual doorway. One of my favorite quotes, Khalil Gibran, what he says is that, by my paraphrase, if you cannot work without love, you are better off begging. So again, the job, spiritual doorway, is a way for you. In fact, to go back to it, says, work is love made visible. In other words, the act of working itself is an act of spiritual. And so, if we agree that the job is the vehicle, then you have to first be clear what you get out of it. Some jobs will give you prestige, and there are people for whom that is the ultimate. They want to be respected. And so you pick the job that will lead to respect. Some will satisfy your need to serve. And if what drives you primarily is a need to serve, if you get employed and you are on a job that does not enable you to do that, you're almost as bad as if you are, because the frustrations you face are still real, they are psychological, you're tortured, but you no longer have the opportunity, which is to find the right job, because you've given up that. And sometimes the door opens up the door to the higher society. You have to be clear if that is what your desires are. Some people just want to belong in that. So again, that's what and some jobs just pay the bills. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you just want to pay the bill. But to determine which job you must do, you must first answer two questions. The first question is, what's your destination? 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years' time. I understand what it feels like to be unemployed today, and therefore you just want to get a job. I understand that. But I also understand the value, the benefit of stopping to reflect before you make such an important decision in your life. Because sometimes once you put your foot into the job market and you start on the journey, it takes you, and you no longer get the chance to reflect and come back and to pivot. You just go with it, and suddenly you find yourself 10 years down, you're a very successful executive in something you don't care about. and then you're wondering, where did you miss the word? You have to. I understand what it's like to be unemployed. So I'm calling on all of you not to assume that once you see someone who is employed and effective, have done well in their career, don't assume that they didn't go through what you've been through. I've had a situation where I was offered a job that was going to pay me 4 times what was my current compensation, but it was in an industry I didn't care about. It was in the fossil industry. It was a job in a space I didn't care about. It was an accounting job. And I had to put my foot down and say, and I was a young person who would have my life would have been transformed. You have to make those decisions. Right. And those are the points. That's where you make the mistake in your life. That's why this is such an important event to be at today. The second question you have to answer is, beyond where you're going, is there space in the vehicle that you're trying to get on? The job is a vehicle. Is there space in it? Right. So, for instance, if I'm going to get an education today, I have to ask myself, am I getting an education in a sector, in a segment, in a place where I have a high probability of being employed? Because it doesn't matter how good you are. Once the demand for a particular job skills is lower than the supply, once the supply exceeds the demand, you're going to struggle to get a job. You're going to be struggling against other people who are equally talented like yourself. And so it's important to know that. And therefore, the decision that leads you to where you are today, it has nothing to do with the decision you made yesterday or last month or even last. It's primarily because of the decisions that we've made over a longer period of time when we started school, when we started to think about what we wanted to do with life. Again, this is another point that hopefully is not too controversial. We have all been educated to think that a job is something we're given. He gave me a job. At the heart of that, the helplessness, somebody has to give you a job. My perspective is that a job is something that you create. It is something that you create. And you create it by looking at the skill set that you have, the education that you have, the experiences that you have, and you look at the opportunity that is out there. And you ask yourself, how do I fit in? How do I do something that means that I am needed? And the schools, they don't teach us that. A job is what happens when someone pays you for what you create. And therefore, if you're not thinking about what you can create, especially what you can create better than anyone else or as good as someone else, then you are likely to be unemployed. Or even when you are employed, you are likely to be unproductive. And so I will give you 2 examples on why I make this assertion. One is he's an influential public figure now, but when he came back into Nigeria and he wanted to do something, what he wanted to do was to teach people or train people in emotional intelligence. There was no job for that. There was nobody hiring people to train in emotional intelligence, and there was no company giving people opportunity to train in emotional intelligence. So he walks into one of my branches and says to the branch manager, give me your staff for a couple of hours. I've got a training. I just want them to listen to me. And he goes and he delivers this. And everyone was excited. They were all completely excited. And the next thing we're getting is everyone is calling from the branch to the head office. You've got to give this to our colleagues. This is something everyone has got to experience. And I think it's been 6 or 7 years now, and he's still training our staff across the entire country. That's how you create a job. That may be for someone who is experienced, but I also speak about how, using Sterling Bank as an example, someone who hasn't had such experience may create a job. Sterling Bank wants 5 million, public fact. I talk about it all the time. We want 5 million customers. We've got a lot of interesting products that we think customers might want. How do you create a job? Well, if you could bring me, if you have the potential to get me 5,000, which is 0.01% of that number, you have a job. But how do you prove to me that you have a potential to get me that number? Well, first and foremost, go out and get me 10% of that, 500 people. can you find 500 people that you can engage, communicate with, and convince them to buy my product? And as you sell to them successfully, write out their name. And once you've sold that 5% or to that 10% or 500 people, or even 250, you walk up to me with evidence, say, I just acquired this number. Would you like me to work for you? That's how you create a job. You get a job on the spot. And this is happening. There's a program we have for referral where it was put out there, oh, we're going to do referral. And suddenly somebody, like, that guy, he's got 100 people, he's got 250 people. And we're reaching out, are you sure you don't want to resume tomorrow? Right? And the way you do that is, and this is the more important part, the way you do that is make sure you understand deeply the banking sector, how it works, understand the customer, what they need, understand the product. If you understand these three things, all you have to do is have a conversation and you will sell. This is true of all sectors. I can't explain to you how it works in different places, but you have to solve a problem. You have to come to me to say, I'm going to help you. If you come to me to say, help me, and I get a lot of those emails, help me, give me a job, I guarantee you I'm not going to read beyond the headline. If you come to me to say, I can help you, I guarantee you I'm going to read the entire message, and most likely I'll reach out to you. So therefore, if you are unemployed today, think about how you become a person of value, leveraging what you already have. You are very lucky people. You're in this room, you are an incredibly lucky human being. You understand the world, how the world works. You understand technology. You have access. What is left is for you to change the mentality that a job is a destination or a job is something to be given. A job is what happens when you think about all of this talent that you have. Now, I don't excuse the system. This system is broken. I don't excuse the government. The government is doing what it ought to do. I don't even excuse the companies themselves. A lot of us can do better. But I'm not in a victim's mentality. I'm not here to blame anyone. I'm here to think of what I can do. And you want to help yourself, you need to start to think about what you can do. Because again, every job that you see out there, every single job you see out there was created by someone. I agree to speak here for 3 reasons. I ought to be somewhere in Abuja with more powerful people. But there were 3 reasons why I could not cancel on this. The first one was the Mastercard Foundation. I've had the opportunity to engage the Mastercard Foundation, and I know that they are truly committed to doing something about unemployment in Africa, especially in Nigeria. And they're not just looking for the baseline job, they are looking to create jobs that actually can change lives. So I am really, I would never have said no to them. But the second reason I'm here is also because of Jobberman. Again, I had the opportunity to listen to the founder's story. What they did, they didn't wait for anyone to get them a job. They didn't even wait to graduate. They decided there was a set of problems, they have a set of skills, they brought the two together, and they've created this amazing institution. So please, let's put our hands up for Jobberman. But finally, I'm here because of the young people, because that is my constituency. The only thing that I have left to do right is to enable you to start to think differently. I was never given a job. I did get a job, but I was never given a job. I set out, I figured out what I could contribute, and eventually I got someone to notice me. And a lot of people are doing that today. And so how do young people cope without, I don't think joblessness is something to cope. I think it is something for us to get rid of. And it starts by understanding that it's not a job, it's a process of value creation. That is what you really need. You need to not be idle. You need to think of something you can do that you're good at. And then hopefully we can help you monetize it. Hopefully the marketplace will monetize it. Hopefully government will begin to think about how to get involved. After all, how many of the jobs in the creative industry was created by government or by a corporation or by anyone for that matter? These are young people, once jobless, who decided they didn't want to be jobless anymore. They looked at the skills that they had and decided that those skills had value. They worked their way here. It shouldn't be that difficult, but it is. And the system that we're waiting for to help us is broken, and it's not going to be fixed by anyone else. What needs to happen now is for us to create a new system. No wonder the Nigerian economy is so informal, because it is being created
Sound check.
Well, perfect timing. I was saying that they probably programmed it so that it goes off when my time is out. Yes, thank you very much. I don't know if there is any question session, but all I can say to you is I totally understand the plight of young people, but I don't want to join them in wallowing in that sense of victimhood. I need them to understand that the only people who are going to get out of joblessness are those who stop waiting for government or for your uncle in one company or for your whoever it is that gives job. We all have to figure out how to become valuable and create this job together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please let's give him a lusty, befitting round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. I think our keynote speaker has given us food for thought and a lot to think on. Thank you very much, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. That was crisp, sharp, straight to the point, and you hit the nail on the head. I like that you asked us a very critical question. What is our destination? I think that's a very important thing for us young people to ponder on. And, just to summarize everything you have said, if you are not invited to the table, construct your own table. I mean, that's just a summary. That's how we say it in this climb. We say if you're not invited to the table, construct your own and be a person of value. Everybody wants value. People are attracted to value. So once they see value, you have it. Thank you very much, sir, for reminding us again to be persons of value and not, let the background in this country keep our backs on the ground. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for him. Thank you. Now, I asked us a question at the beginning, which is pretty much what we have been asking all day. How do young people survive without jobs? Jobberman has carried out an extensive research, and on that, we will have the opportunity to get a brief overview of the outcomes of that research. We've also compiled a documentary that would speak to that, but it's not in my place to introduce the documentary, and I won't be speaking to the outcomes of the research. I'd like to invite a social development enthusiast and a program innovation expert. He is the program manager, partnership at Jobberman Nigeria. Please let's make welcome the one and the only, Mr. Ahmed Alaga. A round of applause for him. But just before he comes up, I'd like to specially recognize someone whom I didn't recognize in the beginning, and I'd like to apologize. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Sam Onye Melukwe. He's the Vice President, Global Business at Trace. And I think he has been my greatest cheerleader here. He's been applauding. Please applaud him now. Thank you. Now, over to you, Mr. Ahmed Alaga. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. And once again, thank you very much for coming to the event. Big thank you to Mr. Abubakar Suleiman for your interest in working with young people and being a big follower of the Jobberman brand. I don't like making promises, but I would like to say we will not let you down. Thank you once again. And then to our panelists who have found the time to be here as well. My senior leadership team, starting from Hilda and Malga the top. All right. Thank you as well. It's a difficult time for any business. Always trying to, make stuff work, but you found the time to be here. Thank you once again. And to everybody in the hall, thank you so much for coming here. We know we started late, but we'll try as quickly as possible. So I've been warned not to talk too much. So I intend to keep this very brief and allow the video to do the talking for itself. But before we quickly go into the video, at the beginning of this year, thanks to the Mastercard Foundation support, we did cross the threshold of training over 1 million young people. And the big question from my team was that how I felt about it. And to one of them, I said that, well, I wasn't satisfied. And that's because when we think about the age bracket we work with, young people from the age 18 and 35, who from a large chunk of, the unemployment bracket, there is still so much done. It's beyond just finding jobs or upskilling young people. There is so much social angle to it that we do not look at. For many of us in the room, we've made this mistake in the past. I take responsibility for that as well. Because we tend to view unemployment as just a number. It is not. There is a whole construct, especially when you look at what happens within the transition period of when an individual leaves school and begins job first hunt. His, first rejection. I don't know about you all. I remember my first rejection from my first love. It wasn't easy. And you tend not to forget. But only very few of us have found a way to come back and say to ourselves, if I didn't get it now, I can get it tomorrow. And this is the life cycle of young people. When we ask young people, when we carry out some of the studies, say, are you employed or unemployed? A lot of time they will tell you, no, not employed. And that's because the way they view employment completely is that employment is that I have white collar, I have a job, a 9 to 5. At the end of the day, I have a predictable salary, security to take home. But when you dig deeper and you ask, are you engaged in any economic activity? Begin to hear stuff. Well, I hustle, urgent 2K, terms like inshallah, I depend on my parents, or I have a small thing that I do on the side. They don't consider that form of. In fact, we have found out that the deeper the hustle, the farther they are from their future aspirations, the farther they are from their potential. And so there is a whole social construct that we not, when having the conversation about what unemployment is, the economy, all young people. It's highly essential that as we have this, understand that there's a role. I remember one time I was told that sitting on the fence is far worse. So I'm urging you to have these conversations, contribute meaningfully as to how all the aspects of unemployment speaks to young people as a person. Because when you look at that, the average young person from the North has not been job platforms. More men are prone to, and more women prefer to rely on the family, friends, hustle. And if you really speak to the average young Nigerian, especially in, you will understand so much into that. And so we owe it to ourselves, prosperity, have this conversation, how young life. The video will do most of the. But I urge you to catch the video and listen to it. I'd also just nudge it that the video as well also provides insight as well. Because one of the things we need is ask people date this particular small. I'm sure when we come to that period, we hear a lot of it. However, I urge you to enjoy this very brief video, and I hope we have successful engagement. Lucky, over to you. Thank you so much.
I was jobless and I couldn't feed myself here. My rent expired. I needed to rebound back.
I starve. I walk out from all the way from Agri to Ikeja. Guys are outside there. There is nothing to do.
So many challenges came.
At the base of it is just the fact that we are not producing enough job opportunities as we have people that can fill up those roles.
Youthhood is the most sensitive and defining moment of a person's life.
Unemployment simply means two things. We either have the largest workforce in the world or the largest criminal force in the world.
Due to gaps in unemployment data, the severity of youth unemployment remains poorly understood.
Unemployment in Nigeria, I think it's a generational issue. It's been with us for the longest.
Findings from our recent research, How Young People Survive Without Jobs, actually shows that about 38% of young people have been unemployed for at least 5 years. And about 60% of unemployed people in the Northeast have been without work for at least 3 years. Unemployment has devastating impact on young people's psyche, even their quality of life. Being in longer durations of unemployment could cause wider skills gaps. It's difficult to focus your energies or creative energies into productive enterprise. They are trapped at survival levels, struggling every single day to feed and just to breathe, being unable to explore their potential to the point where they can harness their creativity and further channel their innovation.
While young people remain the face of disturbing socio-economic realities, there is rarely any serious investigative effort to understand how they cope with being unemployed.
I sell dog for a living and I do so many jobs outside there to keep myself busy. Over 6 years now, when I left university, I don't have any job to do, so I got to look for one or two things to do.
Actually, because I do design, I've never actually really had to struggle for a job. But coming out of school, I had side gigs and everything, but coming out of school, it's been hard to get a steady source of income, yeah. Most times, I apply to firms that are not in Nigeria, first off, and then they do this whole discrimination thing where they don't employ people that are from Nigeria because of trust and the Yahoo thing. And especially when it's design and it's tech related, it's hard to get people that trust you. If they don't see your portfolio, if they don't know you, then it's hard to get a job, even on merit. So yeah, that's what makes it hard.
When it's time for, should I say, you want to do IT or whatever, they select by tribe, they select by this, they select by that. It's not meant to be so. Allow people to be able to know what they can do, because a lot of people, they gain confidence when they are able to work. Even if you don't give them a job of eternity, 3 years, 5 years, it will boost their morale to be able to move higher. But there's no opportunity whatsoever.
Over 60% of unemployed youth in the Northeast have been without work for at least 3 years.
The northern issue is a bit perhaps different from what you'd find in the rest of the country, because you will look at what is happening with young males in the north and what is happening with young females, and how are we able to bridge sort of the gaps in terms of their access to education, in terms of even the views of how they can come out and contribute their own to the development of the country. And if you don't have an enabling environment, it's very, very difficult to have that happen, no matter where you are in the world.
Unemployed youths in the Northeast region are the least likely to receive support from family and friends, 5%, and hustle, 7%, compared to other regions of the country.
Even though this is a country where we have universal basic education, and states are expected to ensure that every single child has that education up to a certain level, but we don't have that today. Why? I believe it is because the leaders that be in the northern states are afraid to challenge the status quo, the traditions, the interpretation of religion that makes it okay to have some kids that are kids all over the place that are out of school. So those sort of attitudes are the things that we need to change. If you find that there are more children per woman in the north than you'd find in the south.
Sometimes when you go to FWIS, they will ask you what type of phone are you using? Are you on social media? How many social media handles do you have? They even said the phone that I was using was a cheaper one. I need to get a bigger phone before I can be employed, and some want to take advantage of you. To say before giving you a job, you have to scratch their back, like nothing goes for nothing.
I get challenged because I don't know nobody. If I get my credential to place that I want to get the job, I don't know nobody. Nobody can sit and listen me and check my credentials to give me the work.
The big challenge that we are facing now is like dollar rising. You know, as the dollar rising, we can't export pound from Dubai and other things, so we used to buy uses.
All people need to have is an enabling environment. Today, our best and brightest are leaving the country, and those that haven't left are waiting for the opportunity to leave. This does not augur well for our economy. I mean, it's kind of pretty clear. It's not simple, but it's clear the sort of things that we need to do. But do we have the will to do it? That is the thing. Do we have the right leaders in place who are driven not so much by self-interest, but by a desire to serve? And if they are, what are they doing to ensure that we put all these things in place to ensure that we are able to tap, which I still believe is a demographic dividend, to ensure that this does not turn into a demographic disaster.
We currently now have oversupply of able hands, and the demand for those hands, we don't have as much. Now, that does not mean that there is no gap, which is quite interesting. So when we talk about unemployment in Nigeria, the first thing that comes to our mind is white collar space. How many of our youths work in the office, or how many of our youths work out of a company or a registered company? And because of that, we've taken away the impact and the effect of the informal sector. So you see someone actually playing in the informal sector, quite successful in the informal sector, but we still consider them to be unemployed. So it's a function of the reality of unemployment in Nigeria, coupled with deprioritized attention on where the demand and supply is. And that's why we found ourselves where we are, in Nigeria.
There is this saying by a comedian that the average Nigeria is a manager. And to that fact, to every situation we find ourselves, we tend to suit in. So with whatsoever that is happening, it is not just one person, it is everybody. So you strive very hard to keep living rather than going backward.
I am a Christian, so I just hope in God that one day it shall be better.
My business, of course, keep me going. Yeah, the business is doing well because I hop around.
While the challenges of unemployment persist, Nigerian youths demonstrate remarkable resilience and determination to survive and thrive through hustling, stipends from parents, informal sector engagement, betting, government support, support from religious institutions, and many more to continue to navigate the path towards a brighter future.
A majority of unemployed youth in Nigeria majorly survive through a combination of survival strategies, from hustle to stipends from family and friends to borrowing and betting. It's a bucket of strategies. However, hustling stood out as the major means of survival that young unemployed people explore, and they are also largely dependent on family, friends, and even strangers to survive.
My mother used to motivate me all the time. She used to wake up me in the night to pray and all that things, fasting every day so for my success, understand? Big shout out to my mother.
Let me say it was my mom that kept me motivated. Yeah, because she has been my support system. She told me not to give up, that everything is going to work out, that she just keep on believing in God. And she was the one that even helped me with the capital that I add up to my own savings to start up the business.
Women are less likely to hustle and more likely to depend on family and friends. That's at 33% compared to their male counterparts at 66%. While this might be seen as women having more support system during the unemployment period, it could also reflect a level of vulnerability that women have or could have if they do not have this support from their families and their friends and from their well-wishers. But we are also seeing that women are more likely to ascribe some of their small businesses as jobs compared to men who would ascribe them as hustle.
I think that collective leadership is the key, and that is because it cannot be done completely by one person or one organization. It requires the collaboration of all state actors who understand the nitty-gritty and the consequences in the future of what unemployment presents. And this can be done through various interventions. One of those interventions is what Jobberman Nigeria is doing in partnership with the Mastercard Foundation in providing soft skills to young people across Nigeria within the age of 18 and 35, as well as other support services like CV writing, and just ensuring that they have all they need to put the right foot in the door. There is so much that can be done. A lot of initiatives, which includes providing soft loan for young people to start up businesses of their own, as well as mentorship program to encourage young people to take in innovative ideas, to scale it to a point where that they can begin to generate some income for themselves.
Social safety nets have substantially impacted the global fight against poverty and socio-economic vulnerabilities. However, less than 1% of unemployed youth receive support from the government and religious institutions.
Our employability project was set up in 2018, and we understand the essence and the importance vocational skills plays in tackling unemployment. So we launched our employability project, and the essence of the project is to train youths across several sectors with vocational skills. And over the years, we've been able to train over 16,000 youths. We just don't train them. We ensure that they also get a paid placement. And there's a mentoring program involved in this training, and also soft skills training. When we look at countries that they've had single-digit unemployment rates, such as Germany, Austria, Switzerland, one of the things they've done was to infuse vocational skills in their academics. So that's why we introduced the vocational employability project to train our youths across various skills. You don't have to have a blue-collar job to earn a living in Nigeria. You could also be a plumber. You could be a makeup artist and yet be successful.
There's no one-size-fits-all solution, but I believe that if we start to put some of these things over a period of time, we'll start to see positive impact. And one of them is deliberately driving dignity of labor. We need to do that in Nigeria. We need to ascribe real monetary values to real services. So it's important that guardians and parents actually deliberately look at demand and supply also within the economy. And then on top of that, as a society, we also need to demystify this idea of the priority placed on white-collar jobs as being the yardstick for employment. Shine more light on our technical colleges. Probably also put more priority on diplomas. And when they come out of school, they should never or should not be treated as second-class people, right? Because they are at the heart of professional services, right? And they should be well compensated for that. So I think that, the private, the public, and the development partners should work together to really, really fish out periodically, where do we have demand? Where should we push supply? And that should dictate or impact, opportunities even into schools.
It is beyond evident that the informal sector holds the potential to solve the unemployment crisis in the country. However, its current structures and processes across various industries keep a majority of its players wrapped in survival levels. There is an opportunity to optimize the informal sector, to shift the unemployment narrative in the country.
Amazing. I was going to prompt the applause, but I guess the applause says it for itself. This is a great one that has been done, and this is an extensive research. Thank you very much, Jobberman and Mastercard Foundation. Thank you. Quick. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our virtual audience, I do hope you're having a great time, because I am. I'm learning, I'm inspired, and I do have hope myself. We'll move on very quickly to our panel conversation, and for the next 40 minutes, our erudite panelists will be speaking on addressing youth unemployment in Nigeria, strategies for empowerment, and sustainable solutions. Now, let me start by inviting our very able moderator who will be upstage to receive the brilliant members of this panel conversation. Please join me and make welcome the CEO Faith Foundation, our able moderator, Ms. Nike Adeyemi. A round of applause for her. Thank you. We're delighted to have you here. I'll bring up other members of the conversation very shortly. We have the former Commissioner for Economic Planning, Budget and Development Partners, Anambra State, Mr. Mark Okoye. A round of applause for him. He'll join very shortly. We also have Oare Ehimwa, CEO Labour Hack. A round of applause for Oare. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Ayodeji Arikawe, co-founder Thrive Agric. A round of applause for him. Yinka Obebe, founder of Pop Central. A round of applause for Yinka. And last but certainly not the least, the CFO at UNICEF, Celine Laforker. A round of applause for her. Thank you. Just a quick announcement. We'll give room for questions after the panel conversation from everyone in the room. Well, a few persons in the room, and of course from our virtual audience. Remember, I had promised an all-inclusive experience for you. I'll now hand over to our able moderator who would steer this conversation. To you, ma'am.
Great. Good morning once again, everyone. And I'm very delighted to moderate this panel that will do a bit more deep dive, but in a very practical and action-oriented way, where we're not just answering the question around how do young people survive without jobs, but like our keynote speaker said, even find and transition. Of those will just be a question and answer from the audience. From the question and will be a panel conversation, and then we'll take 10 minutes to have some time to take some questions from the audience. I also know that we have virtual audience members who are also joining in, and there is also a Slido link, which hopefully will be shown on the screen at some point. So taken at the same time. I believe we have Mark joining virtually, right?
Yes, I'm here.
Fantastic.
Hello, hi.
Fantastic. Welcome, Mark. It's good to have you. Great. So since you're joining online, I will ask you the first question. One of the things that I liked about the report was the way this year's report has shown a view in terms of the geographical dimensions of unemployment and unemployability, the gender dimensions, and even the different ways we're seeing the role of the informal sector. But I think it all goes back to data, how we measure employment, how we measure unemployability. This panel is coming at a time where the NBS recently changed its methodology for measuring unemployment. And so from over the last 1 year, measuring unemployment and unemployability between 40 to 60%, we're now measuring unemployment, please correct me if I'm wrong, to about 4%. So perhaps we can start with the question around how should we measure unemployment? You know, there are different approaches to measuring unemployment depending on who is looking at the data and the information, but we cannot start proposing solutions or even policy approaches if we don't have clarity in terms of the measurement, in terms of the methodologies we should be using for our context, but also for our geopolitical dynamic. So what, in your own opinion, how should we go about measuring unemployment and defining the data sets that we use to look at employability, particularly for young people? Over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope you can hear me. And everyone
loud and clear. Thank you.
Excellent. Always a pleasure. So my view is I've sort of followed the change of methodology over the last couple of months. And I understand why it has been done. But my view and the view of many of us who are at the subnational level, at the center, you see the macro picture, right? But I always tell that governance is felt. It's most impactful, and you get a lot more back, right? When you are at the subnational level, that is state government, local government, and for parts of the southeast, you have the fourth tier of governance, which is president generals, right? So just and we conduct our own surveys. We get a sense for what the current condition is in the country and within our own states. So according to the old sort of structure where you had almost 40% unemployment and 50-60% underemployment as a Nigeria problem, in Anambra our data was somewhere around 16-17% unemployment and somewhere around 22-24% underemployment. If we were to use the same approach, which is the ILO approach, that probably drops us to under 1 or just about 1.2%. However, that looks good on paper. It helps to sell a nice story when I'm discussing with investors and people who are looking to do work in Anambra. However, there's a difference between that data and what we see from the states, right? We have seen in the last 2-3 years that coming off COVID, coming off NSAS, coming off removal of subsidies, coming off some of the policy decisions that have really taken quite a large negative impact on the Nigerian economy, and that there's a spike of unemployment and there's a spike of idleness, right? There's a lot more touting, there's a lot more young men and women who are constantly bugging even government officials and government institutions in search of jobs. So my view is I do understand that why perhaps this may have been done, but I'm a realist, and the way I've sort of managed my situation over the last 12 years in my public sector career is to work from the worst case scenario, take that as the honest truth, and identify options, policies, solutions to address that. So while it helps paint a nicer picture, my recommendation to both the federal government and the states is that we take the more realistic one that is more in line with the current state of things and work around creating opportunities and solutions to address those problems. That's one. And the second point I wanted to make is National Bureau of Statistics, they have the resources, they have all the support at the center. They get quite a lot of support from the donors, But I think that there's a critical element, which is feedback and collaboration and support from subnational institutions to bring a more, I would say, realistic, accurate data and perception and perspective of things around unemployment and availability of jobs in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you. Cicely, I'll move to you. And the question I'll start with you is, why is there such a wide range of unemployment? What factors, based on the work that UNICEF is doing and the programs, and because you even have a much more national view, but even much more stronger presence at the state and local level, what are you seeing as the key drivers of unemployment and unemployability for young people across the country?
Okay, can you hear me?
Good.
Okay, thank you very much. And good morning to everyone. And a big thank you to Jobberman with the support of Mastercard for inviting me here today. Thank you for the question. Now, UNICEF, as I'm sure you all know, has a mandate to support children have access to many different ones of their rights, which is the right to good health, the right to good nutrition, the right to water and sanitation, but more importantly here today, the right to education. As UNICEF continued working in different contexts, including Nigeria, what we noticed was that whenever a UN agency's mandate would stop, which for UNICEF is prior to birth, but until the age of 18, the vicious or the perverse effects would be that we would find those supported populations back into the poverty loops. So there was a decision taken about 4 years ago to create what we call a partnership platform. It's called Generation Unlimited, and it aims at bringing all the partners that have some means or mandate to work on enabling young people to transition from learning to earning, to come together and join forces. This is how Jobberman became the historical first partner of Niger, Generation Unlimited Nigeria. I think that deserves a big applause because that was a bold step. It was a first in the world. Of course, there was many partnership platforms existing, but this one is government, it's UN agencies, it's private sector partners and NGOs. So having all those people around the table to talk about these issues was a big and bold endeavor, an innovative one. So once again, thank you very much to Jobberman. The idea for Niger, which I lead within UNICEF, is to support 20 million young people transition from, as I said, earning to learning. You've noticed that I didn't say from education to employment. And there's a big reason behind that, because we cannot guarantee that 20 million people will go into jobs, right? We cannot guarantee that 20 million people will be formally educated. So to your question, after this long introduction, it's a whole system, right? We heard the CEO of Sterling Bank this morning talking about what we call the entrepreneurial mindset. But the only way you can get the entrepreneurial mindset, unless you're born with it, which is a much rarer occurrence, is to have access to education, to a formal education. The government is working on this, trying to add this to the curriculum, to the national curriculum. A lot of efforts have been done. There is courses on entrepreneurship skills now included in the formal curriculum. But how many children do have access to formal education? So until you have the enabling environment, and this person on the video was very clearly talking about this, until you have the enabling environment to transition people into formal employment, whether it is entrepreneurship or existing jobs, you will not see the unemployment or the formal unemployment rate reduce.
Thank you. So the deficiency of our education system to be able to skill people in a way that they can take advantages of the opportunities that are there. Thank you very much. I will come back later to yourself and Mark on coordination and engagement across different multiple partners and what's even the experience between UNICEF and Jobberman can teach in terms of scaling with private and development sector collaborations. Or your next. When I first heard of the work you do, I was quite excited because you work in a sector that deals with upskilling people within sectors of the economy that is often seen as informal, but also critical to production, development, and everything. There was a report that was done, I believe, about 7 or 8 years ago by Dalberg at the time. And one of the sectors he spoke about was construction as a mass job creator, particularly for young people. Can you speak on what was the reasoning behind investing and creating learning to earning opportunities for the sectors you work in? So why the sectors you work in, and why is that crucial on job creation for the informal sector? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nika. So the initiatives you're speaking of are OPL Academy and Labor Hack. So we basically have created an integrated solution to try and address the high rates of youth unemployment in the country, but looking specifically at the construction industry. So we chose the construction industry because it's a very large employer of labor. At the time when we're starting, it was the third largest employer of labor. And when we thought about, the blue-collar workforce, we felt that that's a segment that's often been overlooked, underserved, and required some, intervention. And this is because when you think about any growing economy, you have to realize the fact that the blue-collar workforce is really what you leverage to achieve that, right? And so for us, it was a no-brainer starting there. And we started out by offering soft skills training to workers. This was something unheard of at the time. This was about 5 years, 6 years ago. So many people thought that soft skills should be restricted to white-collar professionals, right? They couldn't understand why we would teach plumbers, electricians, carpenters, soft skills. But if you think about it, these people are servicemen and women. And so they need to have that well-rounded view of how to operate as professionals. And you can only do that when you can combine both the technical skills and the soft skills. And our goal was just to serve as a bridge connecting them to right? At the time, we're connecting them to full-time. But one interesting thing we realized was as our community started to grow, right now we're about 3,000 man strong, the more experienced people started clamoring for gig jobs, right? And you can
speak to specifically types of job areas. So plumbing, can you also mention those so that we're aware of that?
Sure. Plumbers, electricians, carpenters, masons, painters, AC technicians, solar technicians, lights. So they started clamoring for gig jobs. They wanted the flexibility on their time, but they also felt that they could take on projects that would give them the same amount of money that they could earn in 1 month worth of pay. And we started shopping around for such platforms that we could connect them to. We didn't find any, and that's when we started Labor Hack. And really, Labor Hack is a certification company. So what we do is we realize that one of the critical issues in Nigeria when it comes to employment is the fact that there's a lack of standardization, right? So there's really no proxy that businesses can use in making hiring decisions. So you maybe speaking again to the construction industry, you come up with a NAPTEP certificate, or you find that you take your NAPTEP certificate to a company and the company still tells you that they need to test you before they put you on the job. So it's not enough to guarantee placement. So we then do the work of running theoretical, practical assessments, and then coming up with skill levels that can then enable companies to just match them to the right opportunities. So it's a very complicated sector, the informal sector, but I don't think that much can be done to bridge the unemployment gap if there's no level of standardization. Because
who will drive the standardization? If people are not accepting NAPTEP certificates, is it because that the quality of the people presenting those certificates also do not exhibit the kind of skills that you expect them to have at the point?
That is one of the issues, critical issues. If you think about the fact, again, that our educational system is just simply broken, someone can go through 4 years of technical college education, but still not come out at par with his counterparts in other parts of the world. And this is something that companies have come to accept. So they're not even looking for, well-trained blue-collar workers. They're just looking for people that have the right attitude to work. Again, why soft is important and can be trained and groomed to be able to.
Thank you very much. And so on that note, I'm going to ask Yinka a question, because in terms of attitude, skills, and behaviors, sometimes part of the challenge is also staying in jobs. So once you've done the placement, whether through apprenticeships or internships and the like, the other challenge is then maybe differences in culture, behavior, expectations. When we were doing our briefing yesterday, you gave a very good example, and I thought that perhaps you could speak on why it's important, why those soft skills and behavioral support is also required for young people when they're placed in formal or engaging in informal employment work situations.
Okay, thank you for that. Like she just said now, a lot of people, a lot of businesses don't really care about qualifications or whatever it is you bring in, through the door, because oftentimes we know that there's usually nothing in it. And for us as Pop Central, what we have done, and because it's in the creative sector, first of all, I'd like to say that the creative sector employs some of the smartest people. But, usually because we wear a lot of t-shirts and jeans we look like we're not very serious, but we do very, very serious work, So what we have done is that we have evolved a system where we make them take tests. And we don't test them in script writing or anything like that. We don't do any of those tests. We stopped that many years ago. What we do is we test you in critical thinking, problem solving, and adaptability. This looks like, when we started, it didn't look like.
And why are those three skills important?
Well, they're important because pretty much that's all you need, to survive. That's all you need to make decisions in life, And I'll quickly just go back and say that, you have the generalist and you have the specialist, And I feel like the education system should quickly go back and break that down, because we probably will need a lot more generalists. And when we get the generalists, we will need them to simply be able to perform on the level of critical thinking, problem solving, and adaptability. And why do I say this? Because you find out that, a lot of people, ask someone to come into this hall and set it up for this purpose. You'll be shocked that perhaps if you call 100 people, only 5 people know exactly what to do, to sit down and say, okay, I haven't set up an event before, but how does an event get set up? If I don't know, where do I go to find out? What are the right questions for me to ask? I studied engineering, and the good thing about engineering is that this is not even what I do for a living, but it opens your mind to seeing concepts and understanding concepts. In like 400 level, you're doing things like fluid mechanics, you're doing things like waves and so on. And in the beginning of the session, you don't understand what they're teaching you, but by the end of it, you begin to get it. So I feel like if we go back to the school system, you want to, if you're not a specialist, like you want to be a doctor, you want to go back to ensure that people are learning things that helps them understand the natural occurrence of things. For instance, you want people to be learning things that's got some physics in it, some physics plus some math. You want people to be learning things that's got some economics in it, which is the sense of understanding, availability of things and usage and sharing and so on. Once you can sort those things out, it's easy. If 5 of us enter into a car and it can just take 4 of it, well, what's economics in that? It can't take that much. The demand is 5, but it can't take more than 3 people. Common sense, problem solving, critical thinking. If a little bit of a physics tells us that, oh, this is going to get too heavy, and it might cost, so some of these things are just, you want people to apply a lot of common sense. And that is what we get to do a lot in the creative sector. And because we hire everybody in the creative sector, we mirror life. And life mirrors art as well. So we hire everybody. We hire engineers, bankers, everybody, because we want to tell everybody stories. So if there's any sector at all that is trailblazing, that's got to have some of the brightest minds, that's got to attract some of the best people around, it's got to be the creative sector. And I feel if you're going to get a job, problem solving, if you're smart enough, 3 days, 5 days, 6 days, you get a grasp of what you're required to do. You may not know what to do completely, but you know what you're required to do. And that is what I believe the world needs now. No. Thank you.
And then it allows you to be agile regardless of
absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you very much. So Ayo, so construction, creative, you play in the agri space, and also you play in the intersection of agribusiness and also tech. One of the statistics from this year's report was looking even in terms of the Northeast, and how 67% of young people that have been unemployed for, I think, about 3 years at least. And when you talk about where the job should be, a lot of the policy papers will point to the agri space, will point to tech, and it would also point to the North. What do you think is still missing in the conversation, using your sector as an example, in terms of looking at unemployability and employment?
I think starting with definitely agriculture, I think one of the things that's not being done is just sort of like that, how do you present agri to someone that's young, right? Because they've literally been doing it all their lives. They still don't want to go back on the farm, use the hoes, use the cutlasses. They don't want to be like their fathers. They don't want to be like their parents, and that's the only models they have in agriculture today. So I think like just a lot of investment into what does agriculture look like for a young person? How do they get access to tractors? How do they get access to like other parts of the value chain? Can they become service providers, providing things like whether it's threshing services, or can they provide technology to that space? So today we employ about 3,000 young people who work on the field to provide like digital services to our farmers, from like just them figuring out mapping their lands, how do they sell their products, how do they grow their yields, and that's like really, really significant. So I think like what are those other opportunities that exist, and what are those other models of people in agriculture that don't look like the people they want to be like is really important to project. I think from a technology space, I'm very super passionate about tech. I've told my wife, all my kids are going to be developers. I don't care what they want to do. Just a joke, but yeah, jokingly serious. But I do think and honestly believe that technology is the easiest way to the middle class today. And we've seen that repeat itself over and over again in places like Lagos. So literally, once you have like the critical skills he has referenced, and you have the commitment to spend. So, I feel like technology is that sector where I say if somebody comes into a room and dedicates 1 year to focusing on this, there is guarantee that you can get a job that will pay him a minimum amount, whether that's $250,000 naira or $1,000. And the great thing about technology is also there are no barriers. So you don't need to know anybody. They don't need to have seen you before. Just as long as your work is good and you have a great portfolio, you can get hired. And I honestly believe that there needs to be like that investment happening in the Northeast, happening in the North especially. Most of the developers are in the South. We are based out in the North, mostly around Kaduna, Abuja. And every time we have to recruit people from the South. So there needs to be that investment. Like, is a governor of a northern state going to say, I'm going to set up a university and I'm going to lock 10,000 people a year for 4 years, and all they will do is learn to code, learn to be developers, and just now provide these services globally, and then bring this inflow back into the country. And even if they end up jackpotting, right? Like, they have like, these are people that have like 10 siblings, so that's dollars coming back to the country. So there's a lot of investment that definitely needs to happen there.
Thank you. I like the first point you made about the branding issue, and I'll ask Yinka that question later. In terms of the way you present the job opportunities to young people in different sectors is also important to how they would also take it on. But you also made an important point. Coincidentally, I was listening to a it was a conversation on food security. And one of the largest challenges we have is the lack of extension services. So 20, 30 years ago, you'll have extension services across different aspects of the agribusiness value chain, and we don't have that. So what you then see is that when you say, go and pick up a hoe, go and pick up a cutlass, most young people will not immediately gravitate to that. But there are so many other opportunities that can address a lot of the challenges we're having within the agri space that young people can also learn, adapt, create employment, income opportunities for themselves, but that also adds to the overall value of the economy. Thank you. So second round of questions, and probably the last because of the time we have. A reminder if we can please flash the Slido link again, please put our questions there because I'll be taking some of the questions from the Slido link that we have. So the second round of questions will be more actionable and the way forward. And I will start again with Mark. I hope you are still there. So Mark, we see a lot of players in the space. If you speak with anybody doing anything about young people, the first thing is jobs. And the first thing is, one of the first things is how do we work with government? So you are the only direct public sector person here. How can we better work with governments like yours? And when I say we, nonprofits, development partners, private sector partners, and what would you advise in terms of that thinking and approach? This is probably also a good time to have the conversation because we have new administrations at the federal level and quite a lot of states too. And it will be important for you to speak to some of those groups and representations in this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blaji. And obviously great suggestions so far from the first round of questions. And to your question, how can partners, so development partners, organizations, the private sector, how can they support what government is looking to do? I think, and I'll be drawing a bit on my experience as Commissioner for Budget and Planning in the last administration. Right now, I run the state's investment promotion agency, where we manage investments on behalf of the state, but also promote the state. And based on my last, say, 7-8 years in public sector, and one thing that we tried to bring to change, the way what we inherited was quite often it's these sort of partnerships happen at the federal level, and then they step down to the states, right? So you wake up one morning and you see a letter saying that there's a new program on employability, or there's a YESO program funded by the World Bank, and all these states have been selected, set up this coordination strategy, this is what you need to do to engage. What we try to do is respond to such and say, we politely decline, right? We would like a session where we bring the donors and the development partners to a round table and say, these are our unique problems. Because we have 36 states across 6 regions, and each region and each state are facing completely different problems. So my view has always been, understand what the pain points are of each state, and that's the best way to get any sort of collaboration with them. And I'll give an example, right? When you have programs that are stepped down to federal to state, and what you see, there's a laissez-faire attitude, and then very quickly the development partners start to complain that the states aren't taking these programs as seriously. Whereas if there's also scoping at federal, then an additional scoping of the problem at the subnational level, then you understand better the problems. And then they see you truly as partners to help them solve those problems within their localities. That's one. Number two is, there's a point that was raised about employability. There's so many people coming up with great CVs, but the second you invite them in, you realize that perhaps their CVs are an exaggeration of their skill set. And it could just mean sort of the way they address people, or even down to the technicals. So what have I done? I'm just drawing from my own personal experience from when I was young. What helped me know that I wanted to be an investment banker was the internship program that I attended, right, when I was in SS2, SS3, and even in university. So even at our agency, I'm big on pilot schemes. The state government doesn't have an internship program, but within my agency, we set up one this summer where we're talking investments, we're talking finance, but I can tell you we ran a process, and we brought in 8 of the best and brightest from Anambra, and all of these are lawyers, 1 or 2 of them are engineers, but we are putting them through the process. then their second 200 level, 300 level, letting them understand what it's like to work in government, what it's like to work between the private sectors, and in the hope that that experience gives them a much richer sort of practical education, so that as they go out to the world, they sort of understand truly what they want. Last point I want to make is I've looked at the amazing work that Jobberman has done, and also Mastercard Foundation. In fact, Mastercard Foundation just hired the best employee from my internship scheme of the last 7 months. So I have a vote to pick with them, but that is fair. It's not a problem. But I like what Jobberman did with Enugu State. I like how they engaged, helped with the scoping of the study, did an assessment, then provided some technical expertise to the agency that I believe is the SME agency on how best to create jobs. So my view is find ways for us to identify with the subnationals and let that then look backwards to upwards to the sort of impact that has been made, rather than let's work with a federal government agency and then we'll see which of the state programs that we can then support at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you. So bottom up, design thinking, understanding the unique peculiarities of states and local government, and then, design and adapt to that. Thank you very much. So, Cecilia, we're dealing with a lot of young people in the millions. So it's a huge problem. How do we scale, first off? And then how do we scale? And then how do we, because he's talked about partnerships, and I want to speak to you also from a development partner and the platform that you created, which from my understanding integrates all the different programs like the ones that Jobberman runs. How do we scale and how do we coordinate and integrate better? Thank you.
Thank you. So the vision from UNICEF was to say we can all do something, but together we can do a lot more. So the idea of creating that partnership platform is, we cannot talk about transitioning from learning to earning, not the other way around, without the private sector on board. That is not possible. And we need all sorts of partners to actually lead the way. We all have our mandate, we're all limited to certain things. Working together in a shared value partnership was the only way forward. So just in a nutshell, as I said, Jobberman was the very first partner. We have partners like Airtel, Unilever, the World Bank, ILO, UNDP, the UN agencies, not to mention them all. I'm sure I'm forgetting some key partners. If they're in the room, please forgive me. IHS Towers, soon ATC, the ATC Foundation. So it gives you an idea of the array. There's about 30 partners currently on board. That is sort of organized within 3 pillars. And the first one will enlighten you on what the mammoth work we need to do before we can scale up, to answer your question. The first pillar is connectivity and digital learning. So we have partners around the table who are basically connecting children, adolescents, and young people around the country so that they can get access to the technical platforms, the innovative platforms that we have, where all of our partners provide their training, job training skills, offers, and job opportunities. But before we get there, young people have to be able to use a computer, or even just doing it on Telegram and WhatsApp. They have to understand, they have to be able to manipulate the device. The big risk with scaling up with digital platforms is to widen the inequities, the inequalities in the country. Obviously, as a UN agency, that was not an option for us, so the first pillar is around that. The second pillar is on workplace readiness. I liked what you said earlier on about the soft skills. Many people have said it. Adaptability is huge. We know today, it's very true, I'm not going to repeat what this gentleman has said, but we know today what we learn at university, when we're lucky to go to university, doesn't matter. It's how much you're capable of adapting to change, because we live in a very highly changing environment, and how resilient you are and how creative you are. So the idea of that second pillar was to create a digital platform. It's called YOMA, all young people can access it. It's yoma.africa or yoma.world. And basically, all of our partners on board Genu Niger Yoma hosts the offers of the partners for skills, soft skills, including soft skills. Jobberman for training, training to employability and job placement, which is in fine what we're looking for. So this is something that is going, that is growing. It's growing well. We need more partners to bring on their own offers, because the more we will have, the better. But we also need to be working with government, and I'm thinking about Digital Nigeria, because we need to be able to gain the traffic together and make sure that all young people hear of those opportunities. They will not replace education, to look back to my point before, but they can provide you with the skills to actually make a living for yourself and then invent yourself in the world of work.
Thank you very much. I don't know if this question, if I should direct the question to you, to Jobberman or Mastercard, is there a mapping of, because I liked how your suggestions on, you got different private sector partners, but everybody is bringing different things that is to their advantage. Some are providing internship, work placement opportunities, some are training, but some are providing infrastructure, whether internet connectivity, tools. Is there perhaps a place we can go to where we can see, you know, these are the different needs we have, and this is to the extent that we have partners that are there, so that for those private sectors who also want to plug in, that information is there. Obviously, it's also going to change depending on the locations that one is in.
So I mean, I would have to give you a presentation for me to be able to show you that, but we are working, of course, with government. We're working with private sector. I had a private sector partnership unit, which is active in approaching private sector partners. We have a steering committee and a board on this Genu Niger initiative, where we are constantly seeking for new partners. I hear you. There's a lot more to be done in the country. There's also an enabling environment which is not always so enabling. I'll give you an example. We had, in order to drive traffic towards this platform that we're talking about for digital skills, not just digital skills, but digital access to skills, we still have a very simple SMS platform called YouReport. In Nigeria, UNICEF has 5.5 million YouReporters. This was the perfect funnel to be used to channel young people looking for skills, looking for a job towards Yoma. Unfortunately, government recently took a decision that there would be no more free SMSs. And those free SMSs were provided to us by another partner called Airtel. So it's okay. We are sorting it out. But the enabling environment that this lady was talking about earlier on is so crucial, because the private sector can work. The government can work by itself. The development partners can work by themselves, civil society. If we don't put our heads together and agree on what is needed for the enabling environment to be truly enabling, not just for the youth, but also for the employers, also for the government, for everybody around the table, we keep on stepping forward and back. And it's important that we now speak in one voice and actually manage to have everybody around the table.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. So thank you for everyone sharing questions on Slido. And so the Q&A has essentially started. And Ori, I'm going to ask you two questions. One was directed specifically at you, and another was one I was going to ask. How do we improve the dignity and better enable the dignity of skills? So the comment here was around your reference to that employers of skills within the blue sector do not necessarily care as long as the job is done. But how do you then match that with improving and enhancing dignity of labor, particularly for the individuals? And why that is even an important question is that somewhere along the line, we lost the value of those type of skills that you develop in your space. My dad did City and Guilds. They didn't go to university. and he did electrical engineering. I don't know if we still do city and guilds now, but these are prime skills that, in other regions of the world, particularly growth economies, they're very important. So how do you then drive that? And the second question is related to that, is that how do you also then improve that intersectionality between driving up the appreciation of certifications from colleges of polytechnics, monotechnics, that also are originally set to provide those certifications. We're still a very certificate-focused culture and environment. And part of the challenges for learning is that if you think of even tertiary school, the first place people want to go to is university. 90% of people, and I'm saying this because of a previous project that I worked on, that go to polytechnics and monotechnics, that's not their first, second, or third choice. It was just, let me get a certificate and let me go there. And you can even see that with the JAM scores that are there. So how does, in that driving dignity, how does that then also transfer to the academic institutions that also are supposed to be delivering those skills training for those types of jobs? Thank you.
Thanks, Nika. So hopefully we remember the second.
I will ask again. Thank you. Apologies, it was a bit of a long question.
No worries. So on the first one, so it's a very interesting topic. One thing we need to realize in the country is that not everyone can go through the white-collar pathway because, there's so many opportunities in the blue-collar space as well that could help mop up a lot of the unemployment in the country. But unfortunately, trades are not considered attractive. So steadily over the years, numbers of students who actually choose to go through technical colleges and the likes have dwindled. And some people even prefer to just go straight into the informal market instead of getting any sort of education.
Seen as a waste of.
It's seen as a waste of. So there's really a lot that needs to be done. And one of the major issues we need to grapple with is the fact that there's a perception about the trades that needs to change. And this perception is just creating a vicious cycle because there's such bad perception, and for that reason, people are not attracted, right, to the trade. So it's a perception thing. We need to up the perception value. Now, to up the perception value, people need to see that there's a clear pathway in the blue-collar space to a thriving life, right? So that people are not choosing it as a second option, but it's becoming an option for anyone who just has the passion and the desire to get into the trades. And some of the ways that we're thinking about this really is looking at the quality of the trainings that are provided such that people can compete not just locally but globally, right? One of the things we're driving as well is mobility, right? Access to opportunities both home and abroad, just like any white-collar professional will also have access to. The other one is the fact that a lot of these tradespeople operate in what we term the thin file economy. So they earn cash for their jobs. What this means is that banks have very low visibility into their earnings, and so they miss out on a lot of opportunities that could create safety nets for themselves and their families. And so it's the government, it's social enterprises, stakeholders interested in this space, thinking about ways to ensure that that visibility comes into play and that people are then able to access critical things such as loans, such as insurance, that will enable them to build the sort of lifestyle that they want. These workers have a lot of aspirations. They want to build houses, they want to further their businesses, they want to get access to tools and all these things. So we really need to create that environment that allows them access to these things. The last thing I would say is also within the trades, you'd find that, particularly in the construction industry, it could be a dangerous game. Again, just because of that lack of a safety net. So you find that women, particularly, would not really be interested in going into this space because there's no safety. And then for the men that do go in, every day their life is at risk. right? So accidents and things of that nature, which is why one of the things that we try to do is anyone that goes on the job has insurance to cover against accidents, insurance to cover against basic illness. People need to feel as if they matter, right? And as if there's a future that they can see, career progression, there's improvement, that they're working towards something that can be sustainable, not just for today, but for the future. So that's the sort of work that needs to go into, recreating the space, so that it becomes attractive for young people again.
Thank you. And let me flip the second question a bit. What will be the policy advocacy recommendation to enhance certification value for the tertiary institutions that focus on those types of trade?
Yeah, to enhance certification value, first of all, don't get me started. I mean, the basis of the issue really is also the fact that there's a misalignment again, and we've spoken about this, between skill sets that people learn and what the industry actually needs, right? When you talk about certification, what you're essentially saying is, how can universities ensure that a degree that a young person comes out with can comfortably give them access through the door to any organization, right? For that to happen, we have to get our act together. We can't continue to play around the bush and, just think that we can work with decades-old curriculum to fit the realities of today. That's not possible, right? So there needs to be a revamp in the way our curriculum is set up today to ensure that the skill sets are matching, not just for today, but also for the future, right? That's critical.
Thank you. And maybe another recommendation for Jobberman. So Nigerian Economic Summit Group has, I'm saying this on the assumption that you may not be involved, has something called the Triple Helix Roundtable, which is made up of academia. So Nigerian Universities Commission, I believe NAPTEP, and a lot of all the institutions that oversee, the agencies that oversee academic curriculum setting and all of that. And what they've been doing in the Triple Helix Roundtable was to bring together academia, private sector, development partners to look at curriculum, design, and implementation, because they're doing that for entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship, for instance, is in university curriculum, but the way it's being taught is useless because it's taught in theory, but it's not applicable and practical. And so one of the things they're now doing is bringing in private sector players to then help and work with the tertiary institutions in the design and in the delivery of that. And I think that that's something that also can be done in terms of just that practical enhancement with that. Thank you very much. So last two questions. So Yinka, one of the questions we had from the link was, how do we better encourage younger people to look for jobs earlier? And earlier meaning obviously with the proper safeguarding features in space, but encouraging them to do internships or to doing voluntary jobs, or what some people say summer jobs, so that they're also improving their chances and also getting opportunities to learn, to learn about being employed before it sort of gets time to be employed.
I think that, a lot of these problems usually will be solved first from home, is with parents, And I say that because most of the people that come our way, they're usually very young, usually the first job, usually don't know that they're supposed to be at work at 9 or something, usually don't know where they should write a report, usually don't even understand why. I mean, recently someone said to us and said, our uncle's dad burial is coming up. She's out there trying to shop with our uncle's dad, and they just don't get it, And because the space is very, very liberal and easy, they probably wouldn't have done that if they were working in MTN, where they check them 5 times at the gate. They told them to, do funny things and stuff. So I completely agree with young people getting jobs very early. But you see, a child cannot just step out of the house and get a job just by themselves without being encouraged. I decided to bring my son sitting there. He's 13. And I brought him here because I wanted him to see what it looks like when people come to places like this. Funny, he was on a call. Well, we did a call yesterday, listening as well. And I remember when I was about 14, I asked my dad that I wanted to work some wine shop. And I think my dad thought it was below his social status, for his son to go and work in a place. And I thought, no, I just wanted to know how that worked, And a part of our family business also is like some sort of entrepreneurship, where we saw people working who were more or less grafted into the business and said, okay, listen, holiday, take care of that. And we saw that early, And I feel like the kind of two people that I see that come to work are those who work for, permit me, people who work for government and people who work for entrepreneurial parents. The perspective to work are very different. I don't know if this has been captured in any study by Jobberman, and I think you should try to capture it if possible. The thinking is very, very different. If you have parents who work for the government, who work, on a salary, and you have parents who do business, the perspective is different. I was also seeing a video, in the States, people do a lot of that, go to work in McDonald's, all of that. Some parents, just because they can afford a house and a nice car, they think it's below their staff for their child to work at Big Creek, to work at Mr. Biggs, So you see, as a country, as a nation, we need to really sit down and try to understand exactly what we want, And until we know what we want, we're not serious.
Okay. So how do we also brand that? Because sometimes the branding thing is making it sexy. So
yes, thank you. Thank you for branding. And I like the language you use now. It's a very good one because the young people relate to that a lot. And I think you're asking the right person the question because the creative sector were the ones that tell people stories. And it is the story that will tell you that you hear. It is the people that you hear about that you want to be like. Take, for example, Big Brother. Big Brother has become such a massive, property. And a lot of people want to be like that. I get calls almost every year asking if I can talk to somebody at DSTV so that they can get on Big Brother and so on. Why don't we do that for woodwork? Why don't we do that for metal work? Why don't we do that for all kinds of things? For instance, I'm very, very committed and passionate about deep tech. I have a mechanic who fixes, and half the thing I discuss with him is how do we turn this car into something else? How do we take out the roof and connect something else under? And he's always asking me, I should invest in the thing. I'm like, yeah. I said, I will, because I know you will not make money, but maybe we should invest in it. So my question is, if you want to make something glamorous, you have to tell the stories about it. If all the stories we tell are of Bonner Boy, who is playing in Germany, then there's going to be a problem. Everybody's going to want to be a Bonner Boy. In my office now, I have 4 artists. They are waiting to blow. 4 artists. I'm telling you, they've got songs on DSPs, songs on Apple TV and every Apple streamers. They're artists. And you know what happens to them? One day you just won't see them again. Oftentimes, they don't get to blow eventually. So my point is that we need to create shows, and these are the conversations I'd like to, have with the Jobberman.
Yes,
I'm glad you're talking with Trace already. They're doing this. They get it. You need to do shows around the kind of job you want to glamorize. Tech is not the only job that people can do.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for that. And I'm sure we'll see a lot of video stories showcasing these diverse examples, and even from yourselves too very soon. Thank you. Last but not the least question, we can't finish this conversation without bringing a gender lens to it. And Ayo, you play in a sector that is challenged with women, young women also being employed, so tech and agri-business. What do we need to do about that? Some of the data also showed how we're seeing the way young men are more hustling, women will be much more dependent on family and friends and the like. What are the gender dimensions you're seeing on both sectors, and what are the things that we need to do better to create more. Thank you.
And women repay their
They're
loans
more
better than
hardworking.
men.
They pay their loans better. Please say it for people to know.
And
yes.
I think I've seen that data across several.
Yeah.
However, there are inherent challenges. So, for instance, in the north, if we're going to access women, it's going to be super difficult because, like, you have to. If you're not a woman, then you can't go into the house. You can't get a woman to come and be part of your project or be part of your program. And I think it was also a significant challenge for us starting out. But then, still like that whole idea of branding and positioning. So what did we do? We then decided to hire. Today we have about 2,000 people on our team. Average age is about 27. But it was still mostly male. And now we decided to hire like lots of women. So what happens is when they're going out to the field, is women that are actually there marketing women to be part of the project. And then when they see other people be that, then they're interested in signing up. When we create job ads today, I think all of last year, all our job ads were only females in the posters. And it was still that intentionality of projecting that you can be like this person, and then just like making that attractive to them. So I think just speaking in agri as a whole, and I think like even in technology, I think like as much as people say it's difficult to hire women and to find like quality women talent, I think like if there was a price to it or there was a cost to it, right, then people will do it. So for instance, part of our people and culture rewarding system is if they hire for certain roles, a certain percentage of women, then it fits into their OKR and they get bonuses yearly. And so if you're intentional about it, you can actually create structures to find the right women. There's super smart women everywhere in the world. All my classes in secondary school, I only came first once in primary school. Every other time it was a woman. So like there are women out there that are willing to help.
Thank you. That's a great one. There's a business case for hiring women, for keeping women. You can't, half of the population are girls, women, and young people. I know one of the things we didn't really talk about, which was slightly influenced in what you said, in that certain parts of the country, you also have to work with community and religious groups because of the cultural dynamics that exist in the space to be able to gain access and to encourage that. Please, can we give a round of applause to my very insightful panel? Thank you very much for your feedback and your comments. And we hand over to the Jobberman team. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you'd take a group photograph. Another round of applause for them, please. Thank you. We will go on a very, with the virtual participant, let's see if he can feature. That's technology helping us to bring him into the picture. Your Excellency, sir, we're really happy to have you. You see, I said we're going to make it an all-inclusive event. See what we did here. He's saying something. We're taking a picture, sir. We're adding you to the group photograph. Thank you. All right, a round of applause for them as they exit the stage. Thank you. It's been a great day. We will go on a 20-minute tea break. Hold on. But just before then, I want us to see an app that can help us learn. It's the Trace Academia app. It's an unlimited learning free app that we can learn from. So can we have the video played? Then we'll go for a quick tea break and return to the room in 20 minutes. Our speakers.
But does that mean we're going to sit back and do nothing? No way. No way. We have talent. We have soul. We have passion. It's our time to stand up, to hustle hard, to live our dreams. Introducing Trace Academia. Learn on your phone with boss presenters, video-driven courses, and a range of interactive quizzes. Earn diplomas to show off your new skill. With courses across various industries, including entrepreneurship, digital, creative, and cultural industries. Download the app now. It's 100% free. Trace Academia. Unlimited free learning.
Unlimited free learning. Thank you very much, Trace Academia. And I think I mentioned earlier that they are our technical partners for this event. Thank you. So you can please go for tea break. But please, let's return in 20 minutes. Our speakers, moderators can please go out through this door, the door to my left, and all other distinguished guests, please use the second door to my left, which will be to your right if you are facing the exit door. Let's return in 20 minutes, which is by 1:10. See you in 20 minutes, and we'll continue with the session. We still have lunch, so don't go anywhere. We have the breakout sessions where we'll have different rooms and different engagement. And of course, the short film contest presentation will be done right after tea break. Enjoy your tea break. See you in 19 minutes, 52 seconds.
We know things aren't easy. But does that mean we're gonna sit back and do nothing? No way. We have talent. We have soul. We have passion. It's our time to stand up, to hustle hard, to live our dreams. Introducing Trace Academia. Learn on your phone with the boss presenters, video-driven courses, and a range of interactive quizzes. Earn diplomas to show off your new skill with courses across various industries, including entrepreneurship, digital, creative, and cultural industries. Download the app now. It's 100% free. Trace Academia. Unlimited free learning.
This inspiration started some 31 years ago when my dad was sick. He had kidney failure. And I was the only one, the last one, the only person at home. Right? So that meant that the caregiving, as in the responsibility to take care of me, rested on me. And because my brain has a way of working, and I was praying, why can't the hospital come to the house? I tried to look at what is obtainable in Nigeria with what I saw in the US, and I saw a huge gap. And today we have over 100 domiciliary care homes taking care of high-profile Nigerians. I feel very fulfilled in it, actually being able to achieve a dream that I've had for long. What actually created challenge for this industry has been the sense of insecurity in Nigeria, which as a company we have been able to surmount that particular risk. And part of surmounting the risk is a partnership with Jobberman. My name is Adeyeye Showelmo. I'm the MD of the Bliss Caregivers. We had the challenge of getting the right recruit. Our process is we build what is called care profile. From the assessment, we are able to determine the kind of care and the scope of care and the type of healthcare worker that can fit in. Building that profile and getting the right match can be very challenging. We tried doing it on our own. We realized that yes, a person may carry the license of a nurse, but that license does not verify the authenticity of the person's character. So we needed to partner with people who are also very vast in this area of recruitment and HR. And that was how Jobberman came up. Now, when we started with Jobberman, of course, they have different packages. And I must just drop here that I like the way they take their commercials. They are very flexible, very flexible. It's not just about making profit or money. I like the fact that they are interested in the success of the business. They are very sensitive to our need. And at the beginning, there was a package we were using that was not delivering to what we wanted. Excellent package, but somehow it still required extra effort from us. Until we started the engagement of their package called the Pro Recruit. Very fantastic package because it took a lot of burden off us. Burden of sourcing for the recruit by ourselves, interviewing them. They did as a pro-consult interview. They narrowed down to our needs. All we just did was just to give them the job description. They had a chat with me to understand perfectly the kind of person we're looking for. And I can tell you, they got it perfectly well. Many times, when we deal with Jobberman, many times I realize that we share some things in common about excellent working culture, excellent business sense, ability to fit in, to find round pegs to fit into round holes. So they've been able to train their staff. So when we are talking with them, when we are interacting with them, it just looks like an extension of our business. So I can recommend Jobberman to any company that is looking for recruitment partnership.
Hello there. You have spoken to us and we've listened. We have some exciting innovations that would help you reach the most qualified candidates quicker and more efficiently, giving you what you desire, relevant talent matching Bliss. Let's jump in. When you list a job with our standard listing service, our new matching algorithm scans through our job seeker database and collects a list of the most suited profiles based on your job requirements. These top 10 candidates are then recommended to you and you can invite them to apply. This way, your role is taken right to the inbox of the most eligible and qualified candidates, giving you the ability to connect with your ideal match right from the get-go. When you list a job on any of our products and applications begin to heavily pour in, our new matching algorithm will sort and rank the most relevant candidates for you, placing them under the relevance tab. The tab simply sorts candidates that have applied for a job based on how relevant their profiles are to the listed job. Parameters like job function, location, industry, experience length, and qualification are some of the data points that the algorithm uses in matching candidates with the listed job. This means that less time is spent reviewing candidates who have applied, as the most relevant ones are shown at the top in rank order. And there you have it. No matter what products you use on our platform, you can enjoy a world-class matching experience and a faster path to finding your perfect match and hiring the right candidate. It's job matching, reinvented. Are you ready to find your dream candidates? Get started on Jobberman today.
We know things aren't easy. But does that mean we're gonna sit back and do nothing? No way. We have talent. We have soul. We have passion. It's our time to stand up, to hustle hard, to live our dreams. Introducing Trace Academia. Learn on your phone with the boss presenters, video-driven courses, and a range of interactive quizzes. Earn diplomas to show off your new skill with courses across various industries, including entrepreneurship, digital, creative, and cultural industries. Download the app now. It's 100% free. Trace Academia. Unlimited free learning.
This particular gathering is for what we call the Jobberman Top Professional.
We're driving on our vision towards attaining transformational leadership.
This is for talents that have 5 years experience and above.
I had to build myself. This person that is not special. I had to read books by people that shape the world.
So stick out of the crowd, big man, learn, keep on learning, learn from them, should be your motto wherever you go.
Every day, give them a reason to be excited about whatever. People are cheap excitement.
Did you guys get that? I love it. This community is an avenue for us to come together in gatherings like this to network, and also so that you will have access to our top jobs real time.
Tired of wasting time on hiring? Jobberman's Pro Recruit service will give you the best candidates in just 5 to 7 days. No more sifting through resumes. Our dedicated recruitment consultants will do the job for you. Here's how it works. Once you have identified the need to fill a role within your organization, simply request a call. Now, the magic happens. One of our dedicated recruitment consultants will give you a pre-consult call to understand your needs and requirements better. Once you have a clear understanding of what you're looking for, they would leverage Jobberman's vast resources and their expertise to unearth the best candidate that matches your specific role. These candidates will then be screened and sorted, narrowing down the list to the 5 best prospects. These prime candidates are then scrutinized by a quality assurance officer who certifies that they meet the highest standards. And the best part, you'll get this list of 5 prime candidates within just 5 to 7 business days. That's right, you'd have the best talent to choose from in just a matter of days. All that's left for you to do is interview them to select the perfect fit for your organization. So, if you're looking for a hassle-free and efficient hiring solution, ProRecruit is here to make that happen. Our recruitment consultants have years of experience and expertise to make the hiring process simpler, faster, and more cost-effective. Visit jobberman.com/employer to get started.
Outsourcing our recruitment was a last effort for us. We've tried several times to fill several roles, and it's taken us between 6 months to 1 year to even fill roles. My name is Tolulope Elutilo. I'm the lead people and culture at Ulu Solar Energy Nigeria Limited. My company is a solar energy company. We are currently in 6 countries in West and Central Africa. And our vision basically is to build a future whereby citizens in West and Central Africa have access to clean and affordable energy. We started 2018 in Nigeria, and then currently in Nigeria we're over 300.
What are some of the challenges you faced in the past with regards to hiring the right fit for your business?
Yes, so at Ulu Solar, we have a lot of recruitment efforts that we have currently because of the size of the organization. And we usually struggle with more of our technical roles. We have at times over 10 to 15 recruitments that we need to fill. Currently, we have a vacancy for the technical manager role, which Jobberman is also helping with. Solar energy is quite difficult because it's not a big industry in Nigeria.
It's a niche industry. Yeah. How did you hear about the Jobberman Executive Recruitment Service?
I got a call from a team member from Jobberman, and I was asked about our recruitment efforts, and we're also looking to outsource some of our recruitment needs. Jobberman was able to help us fill the stock and inventory position and social media assistant positions. They are very critical roles in the organization. We have over 300 staff, so it was a big effort for us for the HR team. I've learned that it's good to outsource to good brands like Jobberman. The major efforts that Jobberman gave us was really shortlisting the CVs, so as opposed to us having to go through 1,000 CVs. So also scheduling interviews with us for us was also a good benefit. We've gotten amazing results with Jobberman, so I would recommend that as opposed to just in-house HR people, because we have other things we do. So I recommend that organizations can really outsource their recruitment efforts.
We know things aren't easy, but does that mean we're gonna sit back and do nothing? No way. We have talent, we have soul, we have passion. It's our time to stand up, to hustle hard, to live our dreams. Introducing Trace Academia. Learn on your phone with past presenters, video-driven courses, and a range of interactive quizzes. Earn diplomas to show off your new skill with courses across various industries, including entrepreneurship, digital, creative, and cultural industries. Download the app now. It's 100% free. Trace Academia. Unlimited free learning.
This inspiration started some 31 years ago when my dad was sick. He had kidney failure. And I was the only one, I was the last born, the only person at home, right? So that meant that the caregiving, as in the responsibility to take care of him, rested on me. And because my brain has a way of working, and I was querying, why can't the hospital come to the house? I tried to look at what is obtainable in Nigeria with what I saw in the US, and I saw a huge gap. And today we have over 100 domiciliary care homes taking care of high-profile Nigerians. I feel very fulfilled in it, actually being able to achieve a dream that I've had for long. What actually created challenge for this industry has been the sense of insecurity in Nigeria, which as a company, we have been able to surmount that particular risk. And part of surmounting the risk is our partnership with Jobberman. My name is Adeyemi Showemimo. I'm the MD of the Bliss Caregivers. We had the challenge of getting the right recruit. Our process is we build what is called care profile. From the assessment, we are able to determine the kind of care and the scope of care and the type of healthcare worker that can fit in. Building that profile and getting the right match can be very, very challenging. We tried doing it on our own. We realized that, yes, a person may carry the license of a nurse, but that license does not verify the authenticity of the person's character. So we needed to partner with people who are also very vast in this area of recruitment and HR. And that was how Jobberman came up. Now, when we started with Jobberman, of course, they have different packages, and I must just drop here that I like the way they take their commercials. They are very, very flexible, It's not just about making profit or money. I like the fact that they are interested in the success of the business. They are very sensitive to our need. And at the beginning, there was a package we were using that was not delivering to what we wanted. Excellent package, but somehow it still required extra effort from us. Until we started the engagement of their package called the Pro Recruit. Very fantastic package because it took a lot of burden off us. Burden of sourcing for the recruits by ourselves, interviewing them. They did as a pro-consult interview. They narrowed down to our needs. All we just did was just to give them the job description. They had a chat with me to understand perfectly the kind of person we're looking for. And I can tell you, they got it perfectly well. Many times, when we deal with Jobberman, many times I realize that we share some things in common about excellent working culture, excellent business sense, ability to fit in, to find round pegs to fit into round holes. So they've been able to train their staff. So when we are talking with them, when we are interacting with them, it just looks like an extension of our business. So I can recommend Jobberman to any company that is looking for recruitment partnership.
Hello there. you have spoken to us and we've listened. We have some exciting innovations that would help you reach the most qualified candidates quicker and more efficiently, giving you what you desire, relevant talent matching Bliss. Let's jump in. When you list a job with our standard listing service, our new matching algorithm scans through our job seeker database and collects a list of the most suited profiles based on your job requirements. These top 10 candidates are then recommended to you and you can invite them to apply. This way, your role is taken right to the inbox of the most eligible and qualified candidates, giving you the ability to connect with your ideal match right from the get-go. When you list a job on any of our products and applications begin to heavily pour in, our new matching algorithm will sort and rank the most relevant candidates for you, placing them under the relevance tab. The tab simply sorts candidates that have applied for a job based on how relevant their profiles are to the listed job. Parameters like job function, location, industry, experience length, and qualification are some of the data points that the algorithm uses in matching candidates with the listed job. This means that less time is spent reviewing candidates who have applied, as the most relevant ones are shown at the top in rank order. And there you have it. No matter what products you use on our platform, you can enjoy a world-class matching experience and a faster path to finding your perfect match and hiring the right candidate. It's job matching, reinvented. Are you ready to find your dream candidates? Get started on Jobberman today.
We know things aren't easy. But does that mean we're gonna sit back and do nothing? No way. We have talent. We have soul. We have passion. It's our time to stand up, to hustle hard, to live our dreams. Introducing Trace Academia. Learn on your phone with the boss presenters, video-driven courses, and a range of interactive quizzes. Earn diplomas to show off your new skill with courses across various industries, including entrepreneurship, digital, creative, and cultural industries. Download the app now. It's 100% free. Trace Academia. Unlimited free learning.
This particular gathering is for what we call the Jobberman Top Professional.
We're driving on our ambition towards attaining transformational leadership.
Is for talents that have 5 years experience and above.
I had to build myself. This person that is not special. I had to read books by people that shape the world.
So stick out of the crowd, learn, keep on learning, right from there should be your motto wherever you go.
Every day, give them a reason to be excited about whatever. People are achieve excitement.
Did you guys get that? I love it.
This community is an avenue for us to come together in gatherings like this to network, and also so that you will have access to our top jobs real time.
Tired of wasting time on hiring? Jobberman's Pro Recruit service will give you the best candidates in just 5 to 7 days. No more sifting through resumes. Our dedicated recruitment consultants will do the job for you. Here's how it works. Once you have identified the need to fill a role within your organization, simply request a call. Now, the magic happens. One of our dedicated recruitment consultants will give you a pre-consult call to understand your needs and requirements better. Once you have a clear understanding of what you're looking for, they would leverage Jobberman's vast resources and their expertise to unearth the best candidate that matches your specific role. These candidates will then be screened and sorted, narrowing down the list to the 5 best prospects. These prime candidates are then scrutinized by a quality assurance officer who certifies that they meet the highest standards. And the best part, you'll get this list of 5 prime candidates within just 5 to 7 business days. That's right, you'd have the best talent to choose from in just a matter of days. All that's left for you to do is interview them to select the perfect fit for your organization. So, if you're looking for a hassle-free and efficient hiring solution, ProRecruit is here to make that happen. Our recruitment consultants have years of experience and expertise to make the hiring process simpler, faster, and more cost-effective. Visit jobberman.com/employer to get started.
Outsourcing our recruitment was a last effort for us. We've tried several times to fill several roles, and it's taken us between 6 months to 1 year to even fill roles. My name is Tolulope Elutilo. I'm the lead people and culture at Ulu Solar Energy Nigeria Limited. My company is a solar energy company. We are currently in 6 countries in West and Central Africa. And our vision basically is to build a future whereby citizens in West and Central Africa have access to clean and affordable energy. And we started 2018 in Nigeria, and then currently in Nigeria we're like over 300.
What are some of the challenges you faced in the past with regards to hiring the right fit for your business?
Yes, so at Ulu Solar, we have a lot of recruitment efforts that we have currently because of the size of the organization. And we usually struggle with more of our technical roles. We have at times like over 10 to 15 recruitments that we need to fill. Currently, we have a vacancy for the technical manager role, which Jobberman is also helping with. Solar energy is quite difficult because it's not a big industry in Nigeria.
It's a niche industry.
Yeah.
How did you hear about the Jobberman Executive Recruitment Service?
I got a call from a team member from Jobberman, and I was asked about our recruitment efforts, and we're also looking to outsource some of our recruitment needs. Jobberman was able to help us fill the stock and inventory position and social media assistant positions. They are very critical roles in the organization. We have over 300 staff, so it was a big effort for us for the HR team. I've learned that it's good to outsource to good brands like Jobberman. The major efforts that Jobberman gave us was really shortlisting the CVs, so as opposed to us having to go through 1,000 CVs. So also scheduling interviews with us for us was also a good benefit. We've gotten amazing results with Jobberman, so I would recommend that as opposed to just in-house HR people, because we have other things we do. So I recommend that organizations can really outsource their recruitment efforts.
We know things aren't easy, but does that mean we're gonna sit back and do nothing? No way. We have talent, we have soul, we have passion. It's our time to stand up, to hustle hard, to live our dreams. Introducing Trace Academia. Learn on your phone with the boss presenters, video-driven courses, and a range of interactive quizzes. Earn diplomas to show off your new skill with courses across various industries, including entrepreneurship, digital, creative, and cultural industries. Download the app now. It's 100% free. Trace Academia. Unlimited free learning.
This inspiration started some 31 years ago when my dad was sick. He had kidney failure. And I was the only one, I was the last born, the only person at home, right? So that meant that the caregiving, as in the responsibility to take care of him, rested on me. And because my brain has a way of working, and I was querying, why can't the hospital come to the house? I tried to look at what is obtainable in Nigeria with what I saw in the US, and I saw a huge gap. And today we have over 100 domiciliary care homes taking care of high-profile Nigerians. I feel very fulfilled in it, actually being able to achieve a dream that I've had for long. What actually created challenge for this industry has been the sense of insecurity in Nigeria, which as a company, we have been able to surmount that particular risk. And part of surmounting the risk is a partnership with Jobberman. My name is Adeyemi Showemimo. I'm the MD of the Bliss Caregivers. We had the challenge of getting the right to recruit. Our process is we build what is called care profile. From the assessment, we are able to determine the kind of care and the scope of care and the type of healthcare worker that can fit in. Building that profile and getting the right match can be very, very challenging. We tried doing it on our own. We realized that, yes, a person may carry the license of a nurse, but that license does not verify the authenticity of the person's character. So we needed to partner with people who are also very vast in this area of recruitment and HR. And that was how Jobberman came up. Now, when we started with Jobberman, of course, they have different packages, and I must just drop here that I like the way they take their commercials. They are very, very flexible, very flexible. It's not just about making profit or money. I like the fact that they are interested in the success of the business. They are very sensitive to our need. And at the beginning, there was a package we were using that was not delivering to what we wanted. Excellent package, but somehow it still required extra effort from us. Until we started the engagement of their package called the Pro Recruit. Very fantastic package because it took a lot of burden off us. Burden of sourcing for the recruits by ourselves, interviewing them. They did as a pro-consult interview. They narrowed down to our needs. All we just did was just to give them the job description. They had a chat with me to understand perfectly the kind of
the event. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from tea break. I'm excited to see everyone back refreshed, smiling. I see that we have stretched our feet a bit. That is good. For our virtual audience, I apologize. I know that I said we'll give you an all-inclusive event, but we couldn't take you for tea break. We'll try and work on that. Welcome back, and we'll move on very quickly. So now, there is a partnership between Ebony Live TV and Jobberman. And we had young Nigerians interpret the results from the How Do Young People Survive Without Jobs research. And it was interpreted into skits. But I won't be telling us more, I'll be telling us more about it, but I would invite the CEO of the African Talent Company to do the honors to talk more about this partnership and also do the presentation to the winner, because of course we had shortlisted candidates and we must have a winner because it's a competition. So please let's make welcome, beg your pardon, Hilda Praga to do the honors of presenting this award to the winner and of course talking more about the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm super excited about this because I love it when young people get to express the way they want to. This initiative was aimed at providing a platform for young filmmakers to really delve into the insights from this research around how young people do without jobs and to interpret it in their own ways, right? Thinking about like you're a budding filmmaker, what are the challenges you're actually facing, and how do we address unemployment in all these creative ways? It was executed in partnership with Ebony Life Academy, so thank you very much to Ebony Life for supporting with this and working with us together on this. And we put up a call on social media, asked whoever wants to come and join really. You could showcase, it could be a documentary, it could be an animation, it could be yourself and your life story, it could be comedy, it could be a skit. And we received over 100 applications. So there's lots of content out there. You can find it actually in the Jobberman page. If you do Jobberman times Ebony Live, LA, you can see all the entries through that hashtag. And a judging panel from Ebony Life and from came together to come up with a short list of finalists. In the end, the winner actually is receiving a Sony A6 400 4K mirrorless camera and a Sony bag. The second runner-up and the third runner-up will also get some great Sony product. The top 10 were all invited to a workshop with Sony around how you use creative equipment, be it videography or photography, and I hope they were able to take that training to the next level. And right now, what I'd like to do is announce the winner, who is, proud to say, a woman, Bakare Halimat Ayomi. The first winner.
Surviving as an artist.
That's right here.
It's
exactly.
really hard.
This might be the next Oscar winner from Nigeria.
On your skill as an artist. I'm a student of Unilag. They've increased my school fees to 160,000 naira. And because I'm studying civil engineering. So it's hard for my parents, I know. This arts.
After NYSC, I decided to hit the road, hoping to secure a banking job or at least a neat professional job because of my first class degree. But I was left for broke. I even tended to start begging. But no, I know I was for
super proud of you. Because of time, we couldn't show the skits of all three top finalists, but if you are interested in watching, you can go to Jobberman's YouTube page. You find the skits there and you can watch it. Thank you very much again for encouraging Nigerians, young Nigerians, to be creative, to be innovative, and to just bring the value to the table. All right, so we're gradually coming to the end of this event, but we have breakout sessions now. So when you were registering, you must have registered for a breakout session. We have 3 different cards. There's the purple, the blue, and the wine. And I will announce the rooms where the breakout sessions will happen right now. So the community room will speak to the role of local community in fostering the right environment for growth. And this will be moderated by CEO Camp Diaries, Aisha Bashir. And that is the blue card. So if you have the blue card and you are interested in participating in the community room, which speaks to the role of local community in fostering the right environment for growth, and will be moderated by Aisha Bashir, the CEO of Camp Diaries, you will stay here in the room. No, beg your pardon, you would follow him, please. You would follow her. She will lead you to the breakout room. Yes. So we have the community room, which is for anyone who registered for that, and if you have the blue card. So please check what you have. So please follow this beautiful lady over here. She will lead you to the room upstairs. You are gone for 20 minutes and you return here because we'll have a debrief session before we officially close the ceremony and then go for lunch. If you're interested in the digital room, which speaks to access to internet connectivity and economic growth, the digital wave, this will be moderated by Titilayo Taiwo, the COO of TerraWork. And this is for those who have the purple card. So if you have the purple card, you've registered for the digital room, please go with the gentleman who is walking into the room now. So she is for the community room. If you have the blue card, please go with her. If you have the purple card, please go with him for the digital room. And I'm happy to announce to you that if you have the wine card, you are staying right here in this room for the policy conversation. And the policy conversation is on policy and advocacy, creating the right environment for youth survival. And this will be moderated by the Chief Financial Officer at UNICEF, Celine Lafoker, and Andre Gabot, the training lead at WAVE. So wine cards, you remain here. That is for the policy breakout session. Digital, which is purple, please go with this gentleman. The community, which is blue, please go with this lady over here. We have 20 minutes and we'll all reconvene back here to officially close this event and of course have lunch. So please enjoy and see you all in 20 minutes. Please do not leave any of your belongings here. Like I announced earlier, you are your chief security officer. So please carry all your belongings with you and come back with them right after the breakout session. Have fun, enjoy, network, ask questions, soak it all in, and let's return into the room for a debrief session. see you all soon. I'd like to invite the moderators for the policy room to please come up stage to take up the conversation. So please let's make welcome the CFO UNICEF, Chief Financial Officer UNICEF, Celine Lafoker, and Andre Gabot, the training lead at WAVE, to take over the conversation on policy and advocacy, creating the right environment for youth survival. So if you're in this room, I'd like to assume that you have registered for the policy room breakout session. Let's get started with the conversation. And for our virtual participants as well, for only those joining via Zoom. So if you're on YouTube, you might have to go to Zoom for you to be able to get into the breakout room. So everyone joining via Zoom will have access to one of the 3 breakout rooms. So just select the one that best applies to you or the one that you're interested in and have fun. And let's reconvene in 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andre Gabot from the introductions, you already know. And in this breakout room, the session is around policy and advocacy. And my job here is quite simple. I'm just here to facilitate the discourse. So we're meant to engage. So there will be a mic passed around, and then we're just engaging and we're talking about some of the issues around advocacy and policymakers. But 2 stories I'd like to share quickly before we continue that conversation, and I hope that gives context. And then I get to hear from you and what you think and some of the things that we can do going forward. So a few years ago, employer partners that would usually hire from us when we've gone through, when young people come into our training programs and then they go through our trainings, and then one of our employer partners had asked for 2 persons to fill in a vacancy, and then we had said, you know what, we're going to send 5 persons to you and you are going to make your pick from there. And then at that time we had sent 5 people without necessarily sending their CVs to this employer partner. And the employer partner, you know, it was meant to be like a 1-week free internship for the guys who have gone through our training to then work with the employer partner. And we had sent 2 persons with MSc, 2 persons BSc, and then I think we had sent 1 person with SSE, you know, just so that at the end of the day, the employer can make their pick. And then after their 1-week internship, or shadow as we call it, the employer picked 1 of the 5, and then it was the SSE guy. And by the time we sent the CV to the employer, you know, the employer was like, come on, what's going on here? You know, and that's just for us one way we wanted to change that employer's hiring process. The other story I'm going to share is some of our visits with schools. We did engage with some teachers, and then as we were doing observation with some schools, we identified that out of a 45 minutes class engagement time, some teachers were spending 30 minutes just copying notes on the board for learners. And you know, you and I in this room can agree that that is really not the best way to force any critical thinking with any learner. And these are some of the gaps that we have identified, whether it's with the labor market or with the educational space. So in this room, we're going to be having conversation briefly, and then the mic will be passed around. Please just share your thoughts at some of the things that we'll be looking at. So I have a couple of questions that I want us to just do some reflective thinking on. So if you can write down these questions, it will be great, so that it can influence some of the conversations that we're having going forward. So we're going to be discussing the role of policymakers in addressing youth unemployment. So you can note that down, and you can speak to any of these because we're looking at the time, just so that we're able to cover the questions that I have here. So we're going to be analyzing existing policies and their effectiveness in promoting job creation, identifying gaps and potential policy reforms to support youth employment, and then finally discussing the importance of collaboration between government, private sector, and the civil society. I want to believe we captured that. I'll run through it again, and then we can then start the conversation. We're discussing the role of policymakers in addressing youth unemployment, analyzing existing policies, their effectiveness in promoting job creation, identifying gaps and potential policy reforms to support youth employment, and finally discussing the importance of collaboration between government, private sector, and the civil society. So, you can take a deep breath if you want. Hope that we capture all the 4 areas that we're looking at this conversation from. I'm moving around so that you know that it's not me engaging you, allowing you to drive the discussion. Okay. So, yes, based off of all the things that I've shared now, if there is anything you would like to speak to from the 4 bullet points that I just gave, it would be great that someone just indicate, and then the mic will be passed to you, and then we quickly get on with all the conversations. The last, discussing the importance of collaboration between government, private sector, and the civil society. Okay, so I see a hand from, I see another one in front as well.
Hello, everyone.
So you tell us the one that you're speaking to, then you.
Good afternoon. My name is Steven. A recruiter with Nigeria. I want to speak to the 3rd point, identifying the gap. One of the things that have really burdened me as an individual is the kind of education we have in Nigeria. And we've been practicing this for quite a long time. And I don't know that this education at all levels, primary, secondary, university. Of course, primary level is basically for literacy and numeracy, right? I don't know that the education we have in secondary school and up to the university level prepares young people for earning, in the words of Cecilia, right? Not necessarily for job. And of course, that's why I love the work you guys do at WAVE. So there is a popular quote that says, "Tell me and I will forget, show me, I may remember, involve me and I will understand." One aspect of the United Kingdom education I've really admired is apprenticeship, right? And I'm wondering, what is keeping our government from, adopting this policy or this method in the Nigeria education system, where somebody who finishes secondary school can enroll in a university, or maybe if there is another kind of education system that does apprenticeship, and this apprenticeship program leads to a degree certificate, right? We have all of them in the UK, a couple of them, and you find out that people who go through this system learn practical approach solving problems other than what we have in a Nigeria system. So if I would end with a question, is there a conversation? Is there something going on already in the for those who are in the policy making who are in the policy making board or benches, whatever? Is this something that is going to happen anytime soon? Are there discussions already going on? I just let me end it at that. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. And that's deep and brief. You know, and it's interesting the work we do at Wave. You know, I hope someone is helping me pass the mic because I see a couple of people still raising their hand. So identify the next person to speak. So with what we're doing at Wave, we're upskilling people, getting them ready for the world of work. However, because we have identified over time that usually there is a gap between learning and also that practice of the learning. So there is now that need for what we call it job shadow. So to say that all of the things that you have learned with our trainings, you are going to apply with our employer partners. And then for 1 week, someone is hand-holding you, coaching you, supporting you, supervising, and guiding you, you know, with all the things that you have learned in training, you know, and then you're applying it in the world of work. And usually, by the time they come back from that, you know, 1 week internship or job shadow, as we call it, you know, and then we get the reports from the supervisors, managers that they have worked with, you know, at the end of the day, we are seeing that there is that connect between what they have learned and how they have applied it. And then the learning is in some way beefed up to another level. Yeah, another point.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Diambe. For me, I would like to talk for the point for collaboration. I think that most of the policies are kind of obsolete, and I don't know that that is if it's intentional. I kind of think that at the time these policies were made, the labor market wasn't exactly what it is now, and the labor market is something that is constantly dynamic and changing because of the needs that meets us every now and then. So there are jobs that exist now that never existed 20 years ago. And so some of the policies are not even allowing for some of these opportunities to thrive. Some of them, in fact, kill those opportunities to create more jobs and for people to move. And I think that this stems from a place of ignorance or lack of adequate information for the policymakers. I think that a solution to that would be that for those of us who work in the development space, it would be great to constantly volunteer information we have as a result of the work we do. The data and everything we gather as we go on, it will be great. And I think that what is obtainable in this space is that most of us would wait for the government to reach out and ask for that data. Because we know that we're all partners in this work together, it would be great for us not to wait for the policymakers to reach out to us. It would be great for us to offer at intervals so that whatever policies is going to be made from an informed place and from a place of current realities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I like the part of volunteering because if you think about some of the interventions that we do, we allow the data to inform some of the changes that would happen. So last year we had to review and revamp our curriculum because of some of the feedback that we got from our employer partners to say, you were training on XYZ skills years ago, but then these are some of the things that we're now looking to see with the candidates that you sent to us. And then we allowed all of those information that we got from our employer partners to influence the way we have designed our trainings going forward. A lot of us with different interventions do these things. However, I like the volunteering part to say, let's on our own take this information to the policymakers to say, these are some of the things that we have identified. This is the interventions that we're having. This is the impact. And then these are the newer informations to say, if we are able to implement all of these things, then the outcomes that we want to see would be different. So I see your hand, but I don't know where the mic is. Okay.
So I would like to speak on the collaboration. So if we look at this,
can you project?
If we look at the state, the way foreign Nigeria, the problem about. So while you are still an undergraduate, we've kind of segmented our or even courses there's still an take for instance like certain level for you to be able to, you will need to get the way our curriculum most get out. If you do finish and next step, yeah, you get village to put a bit of length. This great because you enter the labor market. If you are looking to get, yes, there are some people that is busy. And then you get labor market, even experience that you experience. They might ask, yes, post NYS, right? There are a bunch of where just but point drive not but for actors in service. How? While people are even like point that you mentioned. Because based on what they looked at, what they actually, if you play some of this, creating them work, you realize that our policy just could have even how
Thank you. I very much agree with you. We would continue to deal with the issue around the demand and the supply, and then, but with all the suggestions that we're coming up with in this room, I'm sure that we're going to make good progress.
Hi, I'm at the mic. Yes. Okay. I wanted to speak about the last point. My name is Olushola Ogunbi. I'm Partnerships Engagement Manager at Tech for Dev. Tech for Dev has done something similar, but now in digital economy space, in collaboration with government, private, and CSOs. One thing we noticed was that, we had to map, the key stakeholders in this organization, these industries, just to ensure that we're doing, a proper approach. One thing that we've learned is that when your initial contact is usually like the place where to start from. So, for example, if you reach out to a Ministry of Science and Tech, which is what we did, they take ownership of this process. And then when we found that, when we brought other MPAs to the conversation, we found out that many of them have these policies housed with them. It's not shared. So one of the learning points for us was that then there needs to be some sort of sharing among MDAs. So yes, government is aware of the problem. Private organizations are aware of the problem, but there's no harmony in these solutions. Everybody's doing things in silos because they want to take ownership, or the branding, the credibility is for them. They don't want it to be some sort of collective effort. So another thing we learned was that there needs to be some sort of consolidated place where we can keep these learnings, because the special advisor on innovation to the governor had mentioned that the truth is that science and tech does this across board every year, but we're not implementing these policies. That's the challenge. So these things exist, but then it's not consolidated somewhere. So you start this process all over again. We come together, we meet together, we have breakout sessions, we have roundtable sessions, but there's nobody pushing or driving this implementation. So with regards to, education that we're speaking on, the truth is it's kind of similar, because government cannot do this alone. Private sector cannot do this alone. There needs to be some sort of harmony, but we need to have someone that's driving the implementation. We can't just keep having these reports, these policies here and there. And one of the things that we're doing now is that we're ensuring that aside just giving them this draft report, we're having a committee of practice that can push this further. So that's what I wanted to say in addition to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope we have someone in the room who can speak to how we can move from just storing in the bank all of the ideas and the data work to now getting into the implementation and executing of all the things that we are identifying as a solution. Is there anyone in the room who can speak?
Please permit me to stand up. Okay. I think first is that, sorry, I actually joined the event very late because I had to run places. I've been to a hotel today. It's actually at the Sheraton. I had to call in, and I learned it's Oriental. Meanwhile, I just stayed just next door. But the letter said Sheraton Hotel. So sorry, but then, sorry, I happen to be, I'm the founder of Programmers Foundation and the UN World Summit Awards National Expert for Nigeria. I'd volunteered for this kind of thing for about 15 years now for the country. And I'm sure if you go to wsa-global.org, the site for the World Summit Awards, you realize that Nigerians are great minds. And we have this to show. But then, what I'm to say will be very brief, and it cuts across the entire 4 points. Like the last you're talking about, if all those ones are not addressed, and please credits to the report you just released. It made a lot of sense. But then we need to look at some of these issues that we've had here. We need to actually look at an impact study of why things does not work in this country. You're talking about policies that are on ground. There's 1,000,001 of all this. But why are these things not activated? How are they not reaching out to impact on what we expect to see? And the last one, where we're talking about the importance of collaborations. Sometimes I want to work and I just realize, where is the government? And I feel I should just not even want to see where a government is for something to work. And that's the major reality. And so I think we have a major work to do on looking at the granular set of details that forms the entire data. We're talking about storage. You can't even store what you don't even have yet. We need to actually engage and get to see what the data of our survival in this country, what is it about? Subject them to some set of things that can actually inform and perhaps even predict that could help a decision maker, like someone in government. They don't know it all when they assume that office. In fact, as soon as in that office, they need a lot of education to be directed as to what to do. Otherwise, it's just to share funds and that is it. And yet, the people who are on ground that we are talking about, to own these benefits, they need the outcome and the result of what these guys are expected to give back to the society. So I will actually just advise that we need to look more on the contents of particular, this is your report, additional things that we've had here, build a major impact analysis of actually what we have in this country. It's not only about Nigeria, it's a common thing across Africa. But then by the time you put all this together, we'll be able to know how well we can see the issues work, and it's not about a political setting. And the private sector can work. The government in itself, if they choose to want to work, can connect with it and work. But then the collaborations should be such that the private sector should engage and get the system to work. It does not matter what kind of setting it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Take two more. Keep it deep and brief, just so that
all right.
Don't go out.
Thank you very much. The last two speakers actually touched the point I wanted to make, particularly around coordination, data, because if you look at the state of things, right, the biggest problem we have right now, not planning. We have all the plans, we have the national youth policies, youth investment. So all those initiatives are there, right? But for me, what I think is the biggest problem is always the commitment to see those programs. Because it all starts with commitment. Like if you look at China, if you look at other countries, done something remarkable. Yeah? What you see is that to really get things done, you see oftentimes these programs are being delivered, especially at the highest level of government. Be it at the presidential level, in a subnational, like Lagos State, you probably have a Lagos State delivery unit or presidential delivery unit. And sometimes you even see the president being involved, in driving the agenda, knowing the state of things. And whenever there are issues or bottlenecks, the president or, that leader is there to quickly resolve all of those problems. So for me, the first thing is we need strong commitment, especially at the highest level. If we continue to, President Tinubu declared state of emergency, which is a good thing. I think we need something like that. It's not just about high or low unemployment, it's about there are no decent jobs in this country. So there should be declaration of state of emergency on jobs, and there should be a delivery unit at the highest level to drive, to identify all the needs. What do we need to do to take us from where we are? It speaks to what he said on data. Like, first we need to assess the current state of it. We have several interventions, all of these programs. We don't know the results. We don't know the impact of it. We don't even know if we should keep spending money on those interventions. So that's one. Then the second point on top of that is coordination. This is where they talk about, different people working in silos. So we need to do much more in coordinating our actions. Like, what do we want to achieve as a country? Do we want to be the food basket of the world? Or do we want to be the tech leader of the world? We need to decide that. And have a coordinating minister. I don't know if it's going to be the Minister of Finance doing that, or Bosun as the Minister of Digital. And have a digital and build, other teams to support. People in Ministry of Youth supports his agenda, and then everybody works together towards the goal. So those two things we need to strengthen: commitment and coordination. I think if we do that, and coupled with transparency, making sure that every steps we take, every instrument we design and test, we measure, measure what matters, measure their impact, and know if we should keep iterating, coming up with new ideas, and learn from our neighbors. Nigeria is not just the only country in the world. There are other countries trying to solve their problems. So, and I believe that there are one or two things we can always learn. So, thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm with the mic, don't worry. And I'm here, in case you're looking for me. All right, so my name is Ademola. I work with Protea International. I'm a talent acquisition specialist. I wanted to speak into 2 points, but then I'll make it very brief. I've been privileged enough to stay in 2 parts of this country. I was born and brought up in the northern part of Nigeria, and my higher institution brought me to Lagos. I will tell you for a fact that Lagos is the only place that information seems to be readily available. But there is one thing that is consistent with all other 35 states in the country, is the fact that all of our policies don't take into recognition a certain population, And that population is folks that we find in senior secondary school. Agree or not, the point you leave SS3 and go into higher institution, you are forced to spend 5 years of your life or 4 years of your life leaving a decision you made when you were 18 years old. So you decided to do electrical engineering. For the next 4 years or 5 years of your life, you are an electrical engineer, right? And then, unfortunately, you are 24, then you realize, oh, this is not what I want to do. Then you are now thinking of what to do. Now, some people somewhere have made the right decision when they were 19, and at 22, 23, they are done with school from uni learning, and they're already moving on with life. But you are 25, 27, is at that point that you are thinking of what to do. I mean, at that point, all you really need is how to make money and just move on with life without necessarily doing something that is fulfilling. Now, I feel we have so many policies that leave that population, that senior secondary school population, out of the conversation. However, that stage of our lives is that stage where we make very critical decisions that will affect our entire 20 to 30 years old, right? And Lagos is, we can take Lagos out, really, because there are some other opportunities. But if you go to other states in Nigeria, and I feel or wish that we get to the point where we realize that these other states only have government jobs to survive. These young guys need assistance with information. They need to realize that, oh, outside just being an accountant, an electrical engineer or something, you can actually you can become so many other things. And this information is not readily available to them. So I hope that we'll get to the point where in other states of Nigeria, senior secondary school students will really be catered for.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Blessing. I am the Women Textiles Programs Leader at Tech for Dev. I want to quickly speak to the fact that when it comes to collaboration between the public, the government, public, private, and the CSOs, one of the things that key things we forget is we try to implement from a standpoint of high level, and then we forget the grassroots. Because if you have to solve any problem, then you need to look at the grassroots level. The unemployment starts from grassroots, and then it expands. So those are like key things we need to consider while we're having conversations like this. Of course, the grant giver would give the grant to maybe the Mastercard, the Jobberman, you know, and then we need to start looking at how are we collaborating together with organizations in the grassroots to be able to create solutions that are tailored to their grassroots, you know, and let's stop developing policies that fit FCT but does not fit people in Abia State, that fit FCT but does not fit people in Oyo State. Because trust me, for me as a programs manager, the reality is different. And I just thought that while we are looking at collaborations, we need to start thinking about how we can demystify, break down these policies to fit the different categories and cadres of people that we're trying to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally.
Good afternoon. My name is Fumi Adeyemi. I'm of After School Graduate Development. So I want to talk about things. One, what we've done last years address youth employability. And what we found out in doing that, we saw that the major problem we have makes our graduates unemployable. Is not being able to write well. These are skills that primary school. So, get grants now gone into teacher training. But then that's that we need to work policy, because elementary education, once this stage going to become, and we don't want situation. So that's the area we really private. Second one, going from what the young man here said, that when you make a mistake or don't make when you're about to go to something called confusion, always, and you go for training. That's at the time, said, look, there's some areas where you really need to label. We graduate together and retrain them. A lot of us don't have science. We have a lot of young graduates that read science. Teach them some good, and then we saw that. So there are a lot of come up with
Okay, thank you very much. I want us to do reflective writing. So just listening to what everyone is saying, it seems like we have the solution, and I want us to put it in writing. So you're just going to close your eyes for 10 seconds. Close your eyes for 10 seconds and just imagine the one solution that can address the issues that we have identified in this room from a place of policy and advocacy. One person, one idea. And then I will identify a scribe. No, I won't do that. You decide who is going to be the scribe on each table that is going to collate all the ideas together and submit it to me. So close your eyes, think about it in 10 seconds. What is the one solution right now that if we implement is going to address all of the issues? Just one. And then for some tables, I see there are 3 persons, so I expect 3 ideas. Some tables, 5 ideas. So, but then have one person who puts all the ideas together and then brings it up here to me. So, yeah, do some mindful breathing and then you can write. Just one big idea that can change, or if we apply, implement, it will address all of the issues. I see in some tables, people are writing, keep writing. Don't take your pen off the paper, just keep writing. As the idea comes, just keep writing. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to ask one question. Grab from what people have contributed.
So he said in some workplace that the disabled people, they are not treated the same way as human beings as they treat other people. They will give hearing people high position while they put the disabled in a lower position, even though they can do more than them. When they see the hearing, they feel that they are the one that can do it. If they see deaf, they just put them in one place. That how can that thing be solved? How can it be resolved that even some deaf can do more better? Not only the deaf, he's saying the disabled people generally, that they can do even better than the so-called able-bodied. That how can that be picked up in our society?
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the room who wants to go for this? I want someone who haven't said. Okay. Have someone in.
Okay, what we can actually do, which I believe is being done, Lagos State has been trying on that, is there are policies that ensure that people with disability are being taken care of. Even in the youth policy that is being developed currently, Lagos State Youth Policy, there are aspects of it that puts people with disability into consideration. Now, if you are disabled, there are so many clusters of annotation of people who are disabled in the states and national. So what you can actually do is to get involved and get into one of them, because truth be told, the reality is they are being discriminated against. So if you get involved in one of these places, your rights can actually be protected. Lagos State, to the best of my knowledge, is trying compared to other states in ensuring that their rights are being protected. If you even check in some public places, there must be a rail for. So if you are building a public place and you don't pull a rail for, they will not approve. So those are the kind of policy that is being put in place. But the problem in Nigeria is there are enough laws and policies, but the implementation is a problem. So in fact, it's even one of the things I wanted to say then is we need to form a cluster that tracks implementation of policies. The youth policy is rich enough to take care of us, but we need to have a cluster that tracks the implementation of those policies. In that way, we can actually fight for the people that are actually being disabled.
Thank you very much. I think we still have time. My time is up.
Hello.
But,
Yeah, good afternoon. At the back.
Carry on.
Okay, so I feel one of the solutions we can have, I mean, that is all encompassing among so many that we all have here, is to do a drive, that caters to basic literacy and orientation. So a lot of us, I think our definition of.
Can you please stand so that?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Back. I think a lot of us, our definition of what employment is a bit, it's a bit screwed. Let me put it that way. And I think we all need orientation of what employment is eventually. So for the disabled, for those in secondary school, I think for everyone in all sectors, we need to do a basic literacy drive and orientation. And we'll see that a lot of people that are going 9 to 5 are the, in quotes, the brokest, in the scheme of things. Data shows. So a lot of market people are more empowered and they are more liquid than a lot of people doing 9 to 5. So I think we need to do like a reorientation of what this people selling tomatoes can actually break. People selling can break. So we just need that basic literacy and orientation. That will solve most.
All right, 2 things I want to add. The first is on the reorientation that I mentioned, and just to frame mine differently is to say if we can showcase that, people who are disabled, are capable of doing great, put in the media, sensitify. That way, we may make some traction in kind of changing the way people perceive disabled people. That's one. Then the other thing which I think the government can also do is, people respond to incentives, right? When you look at Nigeria Startup Act, there are particular lines there to incentivize startups, to incentivize hiring, locals. I think we can have the same for people at the table, just as a way to show solidarity, to include them. And I think with that, you see some companies, just because of the tax benefit or other benefits, say, oh, this person, even though you don't want to hire the person, but because of the benefit, we want to showcase to the government that we also have people who are disabled, working with us at the highest level, just to get some certain benefit from the government. So I think those two elements should help.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So one question just came in, and it's around, so the person wants to know if we have a functioning employment policy that does not allow employers to exploit job seekers. Just looking at what the labor market is, and then supply side of things, and then now to exploit job seekers, underpay them. I found something very interesting where one employer who wanted to hire for cleaning role, but then was specifically looking for people with BSc, wanted to pay them 30,000 naira. So do we have that functioning policy that does allow employers to do that? I can let anybody speak to this and how we can address this going forward. But just to encourage that, I'd ask that we all do some reflective writing. Imagine the one big solution that can address some of the issues we have identified in the policy and advocacy, just so that we're collating all of these things. So I have a few here with me, but I don't think this is everything, so I'm looking forward to more. Does anyone speak to? I thought I saw someone raise. A lot of sure that as we collate this, there'll be so much to add to the bank of ideas that we already have.
So, speaking to the question, specific policy protect. Well, I wouldn't say any come to mind, but I do know that, for the formal sector, at least, for organizations, structured organizations, their employment which operate like legal. So whatever is stated therein, legally binding. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of these organizations, they have the liberty to make certain decisions, even as long as it falls within the general limit that is set nationally. Like, take for instance minimum wage, and even then you see people taking, they still act outside of it, because we've already established during this conversation that we have enough policies, even in fact more than enough policies. The issue has always been our implementation. Even in organizations where they have the labor union, where they form some sort of union to protect their own interest, you still see cases where, the organization, they either have some kind of mole agent in there, or they drag cases in court, that sort of thing. They scuttle the entire thing about. But I think that's something that also needs to be looked into, because there is a lot of exploitation going on in the job, even right from the applicant stage. Even those in the freelance economy are not, they are not, how do I put it now? They are not exempted. You have a lot of employers now where you see part of the application requirement. They ask you to submit work, actual work, and then they discount you from the application. Sometimes they're not even looking for to hire anybody, and they use your work. They use it, they profit off it, and you get nothing because you've not signed any form of agreement. It's a form of exploitation. It is wrong. Some international organizations, those hiring freelancers from Nigeria, they do it. But even we have local organizations doing it. There was a recent stir online about it. So I think, yes, that's something that we also need to look into. While we're looking at trying to solve the unemployment crisis, we also need to look at how people that are still within that category, how they are being exploited in pursuit of influence.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So as I think about the biggest thing that has come out from this conversation, which is how do we move from a place of doing, gathering the data and storing to a place of implementing some of these things. I do think that there is some work to be done with showing and not just telling. You know, there's something we say in my organization, don't just tell me, but show me, right? And that's just to say that you show me the data, you know, and then I'm convinced, then it allows for me to be able to be influenced by that information to do something, forces my hand to do something. And I heard Yinka, one of the panelists, said something to say that we haven't amplified the work that we are doing in the different learning and development sphere. You know, to say that how are the Big Brother people promoting that in such a way that, you know, 2 persons in every home wants to stay engaged, you know, and being part of that idea. What are we doing with all the different interventions, and how are we then going a step further to show, you know, and not just the talking, not just the gathering the data, not just the storing somewhere and then, you know, but how do we begin to show and amplify the messaging in such a way that we are almost forcing the hand of the policymakers, the government. And because when I started this conversation, I talked about how we were able to show to an employer how what it means to move from hiring by credentials to hiring for skills, competencies, and attitude, right? So if you're able to show and not just the talking, you know, and then policymakers are able to see as well that this is what these interventions are causing. This is the effect of the work, and then can we then begin to make the changes for the outcome that we want to see? Then we'll begin to move faster with the conversation around implementing and not just talk. Okay, time is up, but I see that the other breakout rooms are still having their conversation. So if there's any other thing that I would like to share, we have the time now to. Please keep it brief. So.
Okay, it's actually on the specific law on the how labor is being how employees can be protected. Nigerian labor law is very clear on it. I think it's we even have it on PDF. So Nigerian labor law states clearly your responsibilities, your benefits, your rights. It's clearly stated. And yes, it's true that government is not functioning, which is why we are not really taking advantage of the Ministry of Labor and Employment. Their job is actually to guide employees and to also fight for their rights. if you are being exploited, you have the right to walk up to any of the Ministry of Labor. They have different departments. There are departments that their job is to ensure that people who are actually being exploited are being protected. So if you have any challenge at workplace, if you are bold enough, if you believe in your mind that they will work, if you go to Ministry of Labor and Employment, they have more than enough hands that can actually help you. So if you want to even get involved in any kind of contract, you can go through the Nigerian labor law and get acquainted with what should be your rights and your benefits.
Thank you.
Yes, I think to your last point of showing, this actually will require, it will require the private sector, to be able to come up with innovation that is able to gather this data and perhaps put it by this side that we can actually use it as a measure of the current leadership. You see, if we look at Nigeria from its integral components, each of the states, Lagos State, Zamfara, Kano, and all of them, there's so much information to get from, say, Zamfara, for instance. Certain potentials that are there that are untapped, unused, or sometimes even abused. And some of these trends are perhaps seeking to leave the country because they feel when they get to the United States, to Canada, they will do better and perhaps end their lives in there. So these are the kind of lessons the showing can actually give to decision makers and for them perhaps to have a good feeling of what they are doing wrongly, for them to now begin to see that if there are policies, they should get back to some of those policies to ensure those things are driven and driven the right way. You see, the acts on, I think there's actually something now, right now, that is actually to encourage startups. And most of the times you want to realize that some of these things are paper-based, but obviously they have content that can activate each of these startups and making them to be, kind of successful as they were, and which would have actually given life to a lot of other younger guys who are either thinking of what to do. And this also points to the point that even for Jobberman, I want to let you know that this level of disruption is not only about the job seekers, it's also for your own organization as Jobberman. You have a level of disruption that needs to point to the fact that what you have to now do should now be beyond just holding their hands, but the issue is that you now begin to see what they are doing and evaluating them further for profitability. Because some of these laws may not just be that we are watching that, are they doing anything? If there's really nothing to show, like you said, whatever will show would have to be an outcome of a set of data, analyzed data where you can visualize, and perhaps the visualization is what will make meaning to leaders. And I think this is just the kind of idea. And there are many brains in here, obviously, that can talk to visualization of data and even get into model of machine learning, training things that can predict, even suggestions, telling people priorities of what is more important and getting people to predict, taking the right decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, as we think of showing and not just telling, and just thinking about innovative ways to show policymakers the impact that we can have when some of these decisions are made, it's also to also know that some of the policymakers may not really have the will. However, what are we selling to them, to now begin to make them think of, because I from my understanding with some policymakers, if the idea benefits them in some way, someone will champion the cause.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I work in the rural communities more as farmer and operated across the country. And I think it's very crucial that we begin to have a conversation or a narrative around not just saying youth in Nigeria, and actually come around saying there are two types of youth in Nigeria. So when we are able to say there are two types of youth, then every program design, every policy design will target, so there are urban youth and there are rural youth. But what I've seen happen over the years, everything is apply online. Apply online. And a majority of the youth are not in urban centers. They're not in state capitals. So when you say apply online, you've left out about 70% of the youth. I sit on quite a number of youth organizations and for competitions. And it's always recycled. This one will win one here. Next year, win on another platform. Meanwhile, there are so many people. And the yardstick in which we judge is how they speak good English for Agri. How they speak English, good English, their dressing, the way they can create the slides. And it has happened many times that the ones we've been able to support back end won the competitions eventually. So starting to have a national narrative around there are two types of youth. So there cannot be one size fit all. And I want to ask also Jobberman, do you have programs that you've done that is tailored around these rural people like in Shaki, Adamawa, Genye, these villages? Have you cascaded it down that some of us can take and run with? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we do not have enough time on our end, but this is a valid point that you have raised. I imagine if you had raised this earlier with the reflection that we were doing, some people would have captured some ideas, to address this. Because you're speaking about very, very peculiar people, as an organization, I can speak to what WAVE is doing. We're addressing a very, very difficult audience, the underserved, right? These are people that a lot of people would not want to address their problems. So they have an idea of what they want to become, but then they do not have clarity as to what pathways to get there and all the resources. And WAVE does a good job with identifying these people, upskilling them, and giving them the opportunity. But with what you're saying, there is even, it's not just people that we identify that do not have the skills that is required for them to thrive, but also this other set of people that it's even a lot difficult to reach them, right? And as I'm listening to you now, I'm sure that there is a lot of ideas running through the heads of people to say, how do we now begin to intentionally look out for these people? There are some who are able to access us because we're very much online, but then what of those people who cannot? So how do we take it to them as against us hoping that they find us? So how do we take it to them? Trust me, something will happen in the near future as we all think about this together. And that's why this conversation is happening. Trace Academia has some packages for us. Please let's not leave, so that we can grab these packages on our way out. Thank you very much. I'm still here and I'm still collecting this so that we can make sense of all of the ideas and then begin to do something with them going forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andre Gabot, and thank you to everyone who participated in the policy breakout session. We'll wait for the other two rooms to come back into the room so we can have a debrief session, then officially close then. I think the hostesses will bring them down very shortly. But thank you for participating. Please don't go anywhere. We still have 2 more items on the agenda. Can we have some videos from the thing? We can have the Trace Academia video and some other promotional videos that are available. Thank you. Or DJ can.
We know things aren't easy. But does that mean we're gonna sit back and do nothing? No way. We have talent. We have soul. We have passion. It's our time to stand up, to hustle hard, to live our dreams. Introducing Trace Academia. Learn on your phone with past presenters, video-driven courses, and a range of interactive quizzes. Earn diplomas to show off your new skill with courses across various industries, including entrepreneurship, digital, creative, and cultural industries. Download the app now. It's 100% free. Trace Academia. Unlimited free learning.
This inspiration started some 31 years ago when my dad was sick. He had kidney failure. And I was the only one, I was the last born, the only person at home, right? So that meant that the caregiving, as in the responsibility to take care of him, rested on me. And because my brain has a way of working, and I was querying, why can't the hospital come to the house? I tried to look at what is obtainable in Nigeria with what I saw in the US, and I saw a huge gap. And today we have over 100 domiciliary care homes taking care of high-profile Nigerians. I feel very fulfilled in it, actually being able to achieve a dream that I've had for long. What actually created challenge for this industry has been the sense of insecurity in Nigeria, which as a company, we have been able to surmount that particular risk. And part of surmounting the risk is our partnership with Jobberman. My name is Adeyemi Showemimo. I'm the MD of the Bliss Caregivers. We had the challenge of getting the right to recruit. Our process is we build what is called care profile. From the assessment, we are able to determine the kind of care and the scope of care and the type of healthcare worker that can fit in. Building that profile and getting the right match can be very, very challenging. We tried doing it on our own. We realized that, yes, a person may carry the license of a nurse, but that license does not verify the authenticity of the person's character. So we needed to partner with people who are also very vast in this area of recruitment and HR. And that was how Jobberman came up. Now, when we started with Jobberman, of course, they have different packages, and I must just drop here that I like the way they take their commercials. They are very, very flexible, very flexible. It's not just about making profit or money. I like the fact that they are interested in the success of the business. They are very sensitive to our need. And at the beginning, there was a package we were using that was not delivering to what we wanted. Excellent package, but somehow it still required extra effort from us. Until we started the engagement of their package called the Pro Recruit. Very fantastic package because it took a lot of burden off us. Burden of sourcing for the recruits by ourselves, interviewing them. They did as a pro-consult interview. They narrowed down to our needs. All we just did was just to give them the job description. They had a chat with me to understand perfectly the kind of person we're looking for. And I can tell you, they got it perfectly well. Many times, when we deal with Jobberman, many times I realize that we share some things in common about excellent working culture, excellent business sense, ability to fit in, to find round pegs to fit into round holes. So they've been able to train their staff. So when we are talking with them, when we are interacting,
family, parents, traditional elders, and religious rulers within these communities. And I think the last one we talked about was how we define growth. So we kind of thought about growth in the usual cycle you think about companies developing, right? They start from a seed stage, they go to a startup stage, then they grow, then they mature, they expand, and eventually either they exit or they fold up, right? So for us, we started from thinking about what does that career development stage look like for young people? So you start from your values, your education, your skill set. Then you start thinking about getting into activities that get you to earn some kind of income, whether it's in cash or in kind. So you're doing internships, you're working small jobs here and there. So that's where you start up getting involved in your career. Then you get into the growth phase where you are getting a steady income, stable income. So that is something that is predictable month to month that you can rely on. Then eventually you start growing up the career ladder. You start expanding on your roles. You start entering new industries. So that's kind of that expansion stage of your career. And then finally, you reach that maturity stage. So where you're already in a leadership position and eventually you start planning for your retirement. So in all of the conversations we've had, right, what we've realized is young people haven't reached the growth. They're still in these small, odd jobs, short-term employment, unpredictable incomes. As you can see from the statistics, they're relying very much on their family and friends to help support them during this unemployment phase. So we had a really engaging conversation as a group, and some of the key learnings for our group started with the home. The home is where these values are created. And we can't escape the importance of what happens within that setting. We had examples where even when young people find new opportunities, they're often dragged back because either their parents are saying, no, this is too visionary, you're dreaming too much, come back to reality, that kind of profession is not for you, go back to doing this, right? So the home anchors young people, and if we don't get the mindset, those parents, those community elders right, then those young people don't have the support system to propel them to push forward in their careers. We then talked about the mindset, the psyche. So for a lot of young people, they give up, right? They don't have the right mentors. They don't have right support systems telling them they can do it, telling them it's possible, telling them to dream big. And when their mindset isn't right, or when their mindset is shaped by actors that they're pulling them towards maybe activities that may not be let's say, within the confines of the law, that's where their minds go to, right? So if we can't create environments that help shape those mindsets of young people, then we lose them. And I think role models play a big role in that, right? So what are young people seeing? They go online, what are they seeing? When they watch films, what are they seeing, right? When they walk around within their families, their communities, what are they seeing? If we can't put role models front and center in front of young people, or if the role models that they're seeing are not the ones that are going to really help them build these careers, then we've kind of lost that race right at the beginning. So role models are really important. And telling those stories. I think a panelist earlier today talked about storytelling and how much of stories, are you telling stories about plumbers? Are you telling stories about construction workers? Or are we still going to focus only on Burna Boy, right? Like, that was the example that he gave. And I think the last one was around penalty for bad behavior. So if young people see bad behavior being rewarded and good behavior not being rewarded, what is the incentive to be good, right? So if we can't create penalties for bad behavior and rewards for good behavior, what is the incentive for the young person, right? Very often young people will tell you they look stupid for doing the right thing because the people who are doing the wrong things are the people who are getting the reward, right? So I think that's kind of a summary of the key points that came out of the discussion. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you very much. Aisha, beg your pardon, Bashir, for bringing us your highlights from your session. Next, we'll take Titi Layo Taiwo, COO Terra Work from the Digital Room. A round of applause for her. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ironically, for my session, the time was not enough. It was very insightful and very engaging. We are able to share success stories around how internet has changed our world. For a long time, you will agree with me, access to good work is largely defined by where you live. And from the report today, we could see that Southwest has the lowest when it comes to people that are out of the job within a particular duration, where people in far north has a very bigger percent. Reason, Lagos is the industrial headquarters of Nigeria. People have access to major banks, headquarters are here, and then there's a lot of commercial activities that is going on. However, our world has changed. Internet has given us the opportunity to have access to one global world, leveraging internet connectivity. Members of the team share their success stories of leveraging internet to learn new skills and again, access global opportunities. Practically everybody in the room has learned one or two things. We have somebody that learned German and French as a nursing waiting mother. So going back to what our guest speaker said, we need to, there's no limitation. It only exists in our mind. And we talk about PDP, which is not a party, but personal development program that everyone needs to embrace, leveraging internet, either as an entrepreneur or somebody that is building a career. Also, people talk about how content that we push online can harm us when it comes to us looking for a job. Employers nowadays check your Facebook pages, so be mindful of the content that you're pushing out, because that might be the reason why you will not get the jobs. We also share platforms and courses that are in demand for people to learn, for them to position themselves for opportunity. So in conclusion, we all agree that limitation is a state of our mind. Our world has moved, has evolved, and has changed. There's a lot of opportunity that abound. We discussed about what Bill Gates shared when he came to Nigeria, saying this is the best time to be an African youth. And because of the amount of opportunity that we have, we conclude that actually this is the best time to be an African youth. So let's go out there to embrace all the opportunity, leveraging the internet, the digital age, to access the world that we all dream of. Thank you, and have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you very much. I feel like saying with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince you and not to, because I'm enjoying, how our moderators are giving us the highlights from their session. And now, finally, but certainly not the least, we have the moderator for the policy room, Mr. Andre Gabot. Please a round of applause for him. He'll be giving us a summary from the session.
So thank you. For us, it was a policy and advocacy conversation, and everyone in the room just kind of think through some of the solutions that we can begin to implement going forward. What was interesting to note was that there were different interventions that are happening, and then we're putting all the learnings together and just sort of storing in a bank while we're not implementing all of this. So it's a challenge. It seems like in the learning and development, a lot has happened. We have learned a lot of things, but we are not implementing, and that's a real challenge. We talked about how we can begin to change hiring practices, how we can also begin to enhance the level of education that we have, and then the parts that policymakers are going to make, going forward. However, we did agree that we need to now begin to innovatively show and not just do the talking and storing the data of the things that we have tried. Innovatively begin to show policymakers the things that we believe, having tried things and then gather data to say, these are the things that would influence the things that we want to see or the outcomes that we want to see going forward. So how do we begin to innovatively show and force the hand of policymakers to then begin to see how this will drive all the things that would change the sphere, whether it's with our hiring practices or with the educational space. So that's it from our session. And then we were able to just think about some of the things that we need to do going forward. And then in all tables, everyone has identified one big idea, and then we were able to just collate together these ideas and see how we project from there going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we please celebrate all three breakout session moderators for bringing us the debrief from their sessions? Thank you. I think today has been really refreshing. If you believe so, can you please give Jobberman and Mastercard Foundation a round of applause? Thank you. I've had a great time being the compare, and I've learned, and I think today has also been reassuring, just letting us know that the future is bright and we are indeed here for it. It has been a great day, and I'm happy to now hand over to the gentleman who will close the ceremony with the closing remarks. Please let's make welcome the CEO Jobberman Nigeria, Mr. Oreoluwa Boboye, for the official closing remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. As a show of standing up to the team that they've done an amazing work today. And thank you so much. And please appreciate yourself. You took time out to be here. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's have a seat. I'm going to just go through my closing remark. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists and participants, as we close this enlightening roundtable, I want to express my deep gratitude to all of you for your thoughtful contributions, engaging discussions, and innovative ideas throughout this event. The discussions today from our panels, to the insightful breakout session, have undoubtedly left us with a wealth of knowledge and renewed determination. It is clear that the path to contributing and combating, it is clear that the path to combating youth unemployment requires collaboration, creativity, and decisive action. Therefore, as we move forward, let's take all the insights that we've learned today and we've gathered today and turn them into impactful initiatives that will make tangible differences in the life of youth. As an organization, the insights garnered from today's discussion have also further fueled our resolute commitment towards ensuring that we continue to do everything we can do to empower young people to achieve their potential. Through like-minded organizations that are equally passionate and dedicated to this cause, I strongly believe that there is no limit to what we can achieve. The incredible impact of our partnership with Mastercard Foundation is a testament to this power of collaboration. So this is a call to other partners out there that you're interested in this, you're passionate, our doors are open, please reach out and we'll be happy to work and collaborate with you. Our efforts are multifaceted because we understand that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to solving the issue of unemployment, which is why I have the immense pleasure of announcing our next event. Drum rolls, please. Thank you. With the aim to bridge the talent gap in a very promising sector, which is the creative industry. Our 2021 research showed that the creative industry in the country is the country's second largest employer and has the potential to produce 2.7 million jobs by 2025. The Creative Industry Career Fair, a Jobberman initiative in partnership with Mastercard Foundation and Obsidian Advisory Africa, will be held on the 16th of September at the Landmark Event Center. 16th of September at the Landmark Event Center. This career fair will serve as a melting point for talents and employers within the creative industry to engage, network, and learn from each other. So please make it a date. And if you've not picked up our card on your way out, please make sure you grab it. So to close this, I want to appreciate our partners, the Mastercard Foundation, our technical partner, Trace Academia, the Ebony Life Creative Academy. Thank you so much for helping us put it together. I also want to appreciate our amazing host. Thank you so much for this. I want to thank our parent company, the African Talent Company, for giving us the opportunity to do this, and to each and every member of Jobberman Nigeria. Thank you for making it happen. So thank you all for your dedication to this crucial cause. Let us continue to work together, and I believe that together we can shape a brighter future for the Nigerian young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orolua Boboye. Without further ado, we have now come to the end of this momentous occasion. I do hope that you go back home refreshed and fulfilled. Lunch is served. It is a buffet, but please, we'll do this in an orderly manner so that we can just turn around very quickly. Our hostesses are here to help coordinate that, so we'll do it in rows of 3. So the first 3 rows, then the next 3 rows, and the next 3 rows until everyone has been served. We've prepared enough for everyone, and it will go around. So please, let's just be seated and do this in a coordinated manner. My name is Mojibari. I've had the distinct pleasure of being your host. Thank you and have a lovely afternoon.